Yippee. What a coincidence. 15 months on the big day.
Hello everyone, good morning. It is so early. Happy 8-hour stream day. Say hi, Rise, so I know they can hear you.
Hi. Hello, welcome in.
There you go.
It doesn't like elongated noises. It doesn't catch laughs or kind of noises. So.
All right, let's see. Good morning, Jack. Good morning, Foxy. Good morning, Chaotic. Good morning, Diamond. Good morning, Terma. Thank you for calling out of work to help me out with us. That's awesome. Good morning, your scroll book. Good morning, Valrith. Good morning, Woo. Oh my gosh, it's been a while, Woo. How are you? How is everyone this morning? It is good to see you. We are cashing in your quills and doing the 8-hour stream today, as many of you know. So we will be here until 6:20 p.m. our time tonight. Oh my gosh, you're at Catgirls Volume 5? You've been reading so much! What do you think? That's so exciting! Hey, you just being here to hang out is support enough. That means the world. Thank you, Terma. We just want to hang. Wu said, you guys really know how to write a villain. I'll grant you that. Let's go!
Why, thank you.
We love Magni so much. And so do all the girls. You're 156 words after like 2 months of 0 words. Oh, good job, Buck. That's great. Anything to get started. Ooh, you must post your thoughts, please. We want to read them. It's true. We want to read all of them. I'm plotting an enemies to lovers romance alongside the war plot of a novel. How fun! Are you going to be writing it today, Valrith, or are you working on like an outline? Woo, you are just in time, because if you didn't see in our Discord, we are launching a Kickstarter for Volume 6 on March 13th. So it's coming up soon. And you can hit the notify me on launch button, and it helps us out a lot to know who's going to hop in. It's going to be epic. And it's going to be the biggest book yet. So our plan for today is to give feedback on I think we had three or four people who sent us stuff. So we're gonna like read it out loud, and then Ryan and I will give our live feedback. It's gonna be generalized feedback. No, it's not too late to submit. You can submit pretty much anytime during the stream, will be fine. Like, one of Draconic won't be here until 4 p.m. So we've got time. We're actually going to start the morning off with Chaotix because she's going to be busy. Woo said, I've actually really enjoyed them. You guys have done a lot of work to develop your characters in ways that make sense, and I see a natural evolution of the world building while leaving it up in question to keep the reader curious why certain things are different yet unanswered. Saying all that to avoid spoilers. That's such a wonderful compliment! Woo! Thank you!
Thank you so much.
I'm so glad you've been burning through them. Like, that's the biggest compliment. It's just like, oh, I'm on volume 5 now. Last time we talked, I think you were on 2, so... Thank you. 5 is like the best one, and then 6 will be even better, I think. They just keep getting better and better, which is really exciting. Thank you, Tarma. As much as I get concerned when people are like, I stayed up all night to read the book, it also makes me really excited to read I stayed up all night to read the book. Oh, Tarma. Just notes for now, it's like 4 or 5 of 8 in a series for sure. I can't say for sure it's 8, but it's 8 for now. I'm curious, how do you know like when you're gonna have exactly 8 books in a series? Do you have plots for all of the 8 books? Because every series I'm working on right now, I have no idea when it's going to stop.
That's been my experience as well, because I've sat here and thought, okay, well, you know, I want to maybe create a trilogy or maybe 6 books or 10 books or what have you. Then when I finally get down to reading, it ends up being 4 or 2 or 5, and I find out that it actually ended up working out better to be more condensed or to expand on things that I hadn't thought of before.
There was a bit in 5 that confused me about classes. Please share. We have the class guru on the call. Write us all the back work for classes and stats and skills.
Class guru is here. How may I assist you?
I was telling my girlfriend about Snail Girls last night and she's wanting physical copy. Oh, yay! That will be a physical copy. Like, we are going to make it into a book. So it's going to happen.
Please look forward to it.
With Sexy Jack on the cover. Let's go. Look, I saw your little status update on Resonance this morning and I took a picture of it and it is saved in my happiness folder. I'm really glad you're enjoying it. That means a lot to me. It started with a short story, then blossomed, each one offering a thread or two that I wanted to explore in longer form. Yeah, see, that's where I get stuck, because sometimes, like, multiple threads can be explored in one book, or, like, you could make a book longer. So I don't know how you make a series exactly so many books. And yes, as Jack said, Woo, you can always post spoiler reactions and questions with spoiler tags in Cackerel discussion or Discord. We love everyone in the Discord loves seeing thoughts and feedback, and yes, we would love to hear all of your thoughts. And I'm very curious about the class question. All right, Chaotic. Are you good with us starting with you this morning? Books that I want to add a few more words and I'll give you mine. How do we submit our docs for you guys to read? Put it up in a Google Doc like this. And then just DM it to me or I. As ready as I will be. I feel that in my bones. Do you want to start? You can start reading, that's fine. I mean, I figured we would take turns, whoever reached out to who, it doesn't matter, so feel free. Is it yours though? Oh, this isn't yours. Let me pull up yours. Thank you for saying something. Rye did send it to me. I just pulled up a bunch at once. This is Draconics. This is Janice. There we go. I'm ready when you are.
Beautimus. Pain swallows my stomach into a black hole, staring at the picture of my fiancée and me on our last trip to see the ocean. The waves were so blue she threatened to swim endlessly toward the horizon. I should have let her go that day and had her enjoy what made her smile more. Our vacation away was blissful until the image of her faded into darkness and the ocean dragged her under. I knocked my hands against my temples, stopping the rippling headache from barreling through my brain. I don't know how long I have been stuck in this apartment, loitering like a ghost, waiting to go somewhere other than here. The room had been in disarray with the relics of my dinners and bottles scattered about. The TV.
You want me to do this?
What?
You like sighed.
I did?
Yeah.
This is just my normal reading voice.
Okay.
I have reading bitch voice, I guess. This is just my normal reading voice. Alright. The room had been in disarray with the relics of my dinners and bottles scattered about. The TV had been paused for some time, and I wondered when it would detect I no longer existed. The front door rattles me from my despair, waiting for the intruders to identify themselves so casually. Andy? Man, what have you been doing all this time? It is a mess here. Jacob places his backpack on a folding chair and assesses the room as I remain still on the faded fabric couch. With his police uniform on, he must have just gotten off work. His long dark violet locks were neatly piled on his head. There was a time when we were kids where our eating contest resulted in his mother cutting his hair. It remains a fond memory, even if I did have to do his chores for a week. Maybe causing him some chaos again would make me feel better. What are you staring at now? Jacob asks, and I shrug. I find myself paying attention to more details than normal to keep my mind from wandering too far again. As fresh as New Cipher was, we were fortunate not to have as many bored criminals as similar cities do. Nestled on a mountain, we were not far from civilization and did well in managing to meet the standards of the prominent city glory. Hell, I wish most days that Rebecca and I didn't leave the city. Work made me an offer we couldn't refuse. Settle in Cipher and help Rebecca's team, but I wasn't a scientist. At the time, I had no schooling or formal training. Still, I was able to use my knowledge to make my way to head of IT for the Cipher lab. Looking back on it, I wish I had learned more skills. Maybe now it wouldn't hurt so much. There are days when I wonder if we hadn't gone on vacation or taken jobs in Cipher, but thinking isn't going to bring her back. I think it is time to reintroduce you to the world. Living this way is just dishonoring Bex's memory. I sigh, studying my hand in the air, hoping the ceiling fan would spare me some much-needed distraction. What if I fell right now? What if the clicking noise buries itself into my brain? I think to myself. Jacob paces, grabbing the empty containers before ushering me into the tiny bathroom to clean up. His green eyes scan over me once, motioning to the mess. Words along the line of, if I continue to live this way, and more, were said, but I ignore most of them. Catching phrases here and there about feeling sorry for myself and I deserve better than this. You're supposed to be nice to me, aren't you, my friend? Yeah, well, I would be nicer if this place didn't smell worse than a horse's ass. Do I really smell that bad? I know you feel like shit, but it doesn't mean you need to smell like it. I reluctantly listened and took a shower for what felt like a while. I managed to clean the beard that has a mind of its own over my face, forming it back with a test of skilled hands and sharp scissors. Once I feel rejuvenated, I put the long brown hair into a top knot, keeping it clean. After today, I will meet with my barber to relieve this weight. I raid the dresser for a clean pair of jeans and a basic army green button-up that matched Rebecca's eyes. She was beautiful. I sigh. Maybe Jacob was right. For as much shit as I give him, he is the only one I can trust. He crowds my thoughts, and everything around here was a reminder of her. I had to get out of here. This was no way to live. When I'm presentable, I sit back at my perch, watching the room from the couch. He lives! Jacob yells with his hands in the air. I know you miss Bex, but this is getting out of hand. You cannot conjure answers. Sometimes you just need to let it be. That is right. Rebecca didn't leave me. She was taken from me by someone even the police could not find. Even with Jacob's help, I fear we would never find out who was responsible. My head aches again and I graze my hand back through my hair, scratching at the back of my head. The scar where I had been hit by what Jacob said was probably a tire iron was my only reminder of that evening. My memories had been taken away from me and so had Rebecca. All I knew was the picture of us in the ocean was the last we had before I returned home to this nightmare. How about we go out tonight? My buddy says a new bar opened next to the strip joint. We could start there and move around until I see the life back in you, or you could get some women in your face. Jacob hands me a bottle of water and I nod. Jacob was a friend before Rebecca, back from when we were kids. Even though we were distant for a while in our teen years, when his parents moved to another side of the city, he still spoke with me. All these years I never expected to stay friends with someone, yet Jacob proved me wrong. Well, is there a compliment in there somewhere? Also, why do you care what is in my face? I don't. I just wanted to go check out the new dancer. Besides, Sherry owes me a few drinks. Fine, you win. Since I am out of beer, free drinks could make me feel better. Or bitter, Jacob mumbles. I toss the pillow from my left, hooking it over my face. He laughs, throwing it back at me as I tucked it in my arms. My mind might be in shambles, but at least I am not completely alone. Normalcy will do me good, I hope. It is settled. Let me get changed out of my uniform, and we can have a proper gentleman's evening. I grab my jacket on our way out, locking up a part of me I was hoping to escape from. When we arrive at the bar, I sit on a new leather stool, watching the large vials of liquid swirl beneath the lights. This new bar had been stylized to nothing but sci-fi tropes, but despite the varying opinions, I found its comfort appealing. Here was a new world I could explore safely within its walls. Leather met with steel and brass, while multicolored bulbs hummed with energy. Hanging from the ceiling were replicas of various sci-fi ships and spacecraft. I remember a time before when this would have been exciting. Most of us now just want to survive to see the next day. Booths lined the walls, wrapped between velvet curtains. The bar top is cool against my forearms, and I motioned the bartender that we were ready to order. Welcome, gentlemen. What is your poison today? Something to make me feel alive, while my friend will have a whiskey sour. The bartender nods, disappearing in a flurry of bottles of glasses, returning only after his performance. I accept his drink, but as it passes the bar, the bartender grins, watching my movements. The vacant stare and empty smile makes the hair on the back of my neck stand at attention. I thank him for his time and turn toward Jacob to escape him. Cheers. Jacob holds his glass to mine and we both take a greedy sip. The drink was decadent, almost unusually so. The bartender certainly took my suggestion and turned it into something unique. The scotch burns my throat, but there was a strange metallic sweetness I couldn't place. Amaretto? Cordial? I try to decipher my drink while Jacob pats me on the back, spilling the contents over the edge of the glass and onto the bar. Next door is the strip joint. You know some of Rebecca's friends there. I'm sure one of them will happily help you out of your slump there. Slump here? Excuse me. I nudge his hand away, swirling the contents in my glass. Yeah, well, they're not Rebecca, and that is the problem. I don't need someone to... What about Sherry? Man, you knew her just as long as Rebecca. She still asks about you, you know? Jacob smiles, and I narrow my eyes at him as the bartender catches my attention. He's leaning against the counter, but instead of pouring drinks, he was staring. It burns holes in my skin, and I shiver. Disgusting. I mumble as Jacob sat back, withdrawing his hand from me. Sherry's not disgusting. Do I need to get your eyes checked? Not Sherry, you idiot. The bartender. Watch him. Jacob tries his best to glance back at him, but his eyes are still fixated on mine. It skeeves me out. An unease was forming in my gut. You did ask for something to make you feel alive. Are you ready for a good time? Jacob laughs. I turn my head away as the pit in my stomach grows. I glance back down at the contents of my glass, but see nothing unusual. Maybe I was becoming paranoid. It's been a while since you were out. Maybe you should drink slower. I can get you something to snack on, too. Jacob calls the bartender over, who seems eager to answer his beck and call. I hear him order the usual bar mix of salt and spice. I regain my surroundings. A few patrons are seated at the tables, but their conversations are kept hushed. Even for a quiet life here, this was unusually dim. As I go to sit back down, I notice a small vial next to the bartender's kit. I reach for the electronic all-purpose keyring on my belt while Jacob keeps him busy, and I turn on a small flashlight. I watch the black slimy contents swirl, and when it stares back, I glance back down at my drink. The color was heavy and dark. I thought it was the scotch mixing with the flavors, but I could see the resemblance. Now, at the bottom of my glass, I watch an ice cube move as I swirl the remaining liquid. Hey, I think I would like to go next door. How about it? I try not to panic and grab him by the scruff of his jacket, swiping my keyring over the car reader and dragging him out of the place. All the while, I could feel the bartender's gaze follow me out the door. The unease swept through me with a violent fever, sending it shivered down to my toes. At least the pink girl sign brightens in my vision, and Jacob adjusts his jacket out of my grip. All he had to say was you wanted to see girls. You didn't have to drag me out like a cub. I roll my eyes and take a small silver container from the inside pocket of my worn gray jacket. I open the case to reveal a row of small rolled joints. Mixed with the finest medicine one could ask for in these parts, my special blend includes extra herbs to soothe the cough and add a touch of sweetness. I was grateful to bring this to the new settlement. The city had an abundance, but here, ingredients were scarce. I used to love being a scavenger, or at least I thought I did. Looking back on my time in glory, it all felt like a blur. Alright, and that is Chaotix. Alright, so... What was that?
I was gonna ask you, want to start? I made some notes, so I'm good.
So I'll start with my first impressions. So I'll start from a grammatical and pace-related perspective first. I can tell you're trying to write this in present tense, which is a very tough tense to write this in. You make a lot of the same mistakes that I did when I tried writing drive, because drive is also in present tense. And what would happen is I would slip into past tense a lot. And it's a very, very easy habit to break into. But present tense, you have to remain in present tense the entire time. Let me see if I can find an example, because I know I read it a few times at least.
I got one.
Okay, cool. Give me the example.
Jacob sat back.
Jacob sat back. There you go. Jacob sits back is what you should be saying in that situation, because you have to remain in present tense the entire time. Let me see if I can find another one. I reluctantly listened. So you change this to I reluctantly listen and take a shower for what feels like a while. Because right now you have it as I reluctantly listened and took a shower for what felt like a while. So that's my immediate feedback as far as that's concerned. Yeah, tense switch can be really tough. And like we've said before, a lot of times present tense is one of the tougher tenses to write in. The advantage of present tense, obviously, is that it can feel a lot more personal. It can feel a lot more in the moment. It's really good for thrillers, really good for horror. It can make a situation very tense when it's written in present tense. So it has a lot of strengths, but that's the immediate thing that I thought I would point out. As far as the story itself, I like the premise what you've got going here. It feels a little, I don't want to say on the nose, but it's a little expository for my liking at the moment. He's explaining just a little too much. I think you could actually afford to slow down and let these things come up naturally. I say naturally, but what I mean is more like create scenarios that allow the characters to talk about this without it feeling like the main character is constantly explaining these things that the reader is unaware of. Does that make sense? Okay, good. I like the premise here. It sounds like this is the story you and I were talking about during the brainstorm. So I have the advantage of knowing what you're trying to do here already. I think so far you're doing a good job at setting the pieces and understanding that this is a guy who's suffering from the loss of his loved one, essentially. And he's trying to find a way to get it off of his mind. His friend notices he's basically being a heel, and he decides to get him out so that he can maybe meet some new girls, kind of move on in life, essentially. So that is my input thus far.
Okay, so I also really like the premise. I think you do a great job with the world building and the background when we get there, like when he actually gets out of his house. A couple of the things that I wanted to echo, I was like taking notes over off to the side. I was with Rye where it is a little bit expository, and I feel like you can split some of this information later on into the narrative, into the dialogue, and I'll give you an example of kind of what I was thinking. I'll just do it now. For example, when he's talking about the beginning and what had happened with Rebecca, I'm assuming down here when he starts looking at his drink and he was talking about like he could see the dark swirl and could see the resemblance. Does he mean the resemblance to like Rebecca drowning again? This confused me a little bit. I reread it like a couple of times while Ryer was reading. I was wondering what had spooked him. The color was heavy and dark. I thought it was the scotch missing with the flavors, but I could see the resemblance. Now at the bottom of the glass, I watched Ice Cube move as I swirled the remaining liquid. I couldn't decide if it was because that reminded him of the drowning thing, or if it was because he thinks the bartender is putting like creepy aliens in his drink. It looks like a normal drink, but the vial tube looks similar. Yeah, that confused me a bit. I would kind of expand on that, because I was like, oh, if that was like he's looking at it and kind of seeing the drowning all over again, that would be a cool spot to put that in there. Okay. All right. So then, you could, I think, since this is the beginning of the story where he talks about how Jacob keeps saying these things like words along the line of if I continue to live this way and more were said, but I ignored most of them, catching phrases here and there. You could afford to write this out, especially since there's so much exposition right at the beginning. Like splitting that up with more dialogue would be super helpful, especially since you've got Jacob right there. This is a great opportunity to build on their relationship, build on Andy's state of mind. You could bring some of this into their dialogue together. You do a little bit with him saying like, you need to get over Bex, like it's been forever. What are you still doing here? And that'll help separate it up. Also, breaking up your paragraphs will be very important. There were a few paragraphs, like this could actually be 2 or 3 paragraphs instead of like one big one. It creates a easier reading experience. Also, if it's like one character says something and then the other character thinks something, that's good to break those up. There was a specific spot that I saw. Try and find it. Okay, so for example, right here, this isn't dialogue, but it's something different. So I grabbed my jacket on our way out, locking up a part of me I was hoping to escape from. And then it says, when we arrive at the bar. So there should be a paragraph break right here. Paragraph breaks also help your scene breaks. And it starts like a new idea. So now I am flowing into a new scene. So that can be its own paragraph. And then okay, I'm almost there. More contractions for casual language. Yeah, so there's a lot of it is settled, what is your poison? It's settled, what's your poison? Like bringing those words into contract. So I know that a lot of times in professional writing and nonfiction, you'll see like no contractions whatsoever. But when it comes to fiction, contractions are really, really powerful, especially when it's between friends, between just casual. Yeah, it'll read more casually. I actually edited that out so I can put it back in about what he says. I thought I grabbed all of them when editing dialogue, and we'll change the paragraph spacing. Okay, and that is, it's kind of like a final editing thing, but it's good to just have in mind to kind of break those up. And then yeah, contractions, and Rai talked about tense swapping, which I got, and then I talked about the glass swirling. Okay, go ahead, Rai.
Okay, so I was going to mention the contractions, but there are also a few sections in here that make it a little difficult to understand who's talking sometimes. Typically speaking, if a character speaks and then there's a paragraph or two that separates the line of dialogue and then characters start talking again, it's a good rule of thumb to just add a he said, she said, or add some sort of descriptor, like maybe the character scratches his chin or glares or something like that, so that we know which character is talking. Just to give an example here, I come down to, I think it is time to reintroduce you to the world. Living this way is just dishonoring Bex's memory. After that, we have 2 paragraphs. One of them has his thoughts, and then the second paragraph has Jacob pacing around. And then we have 4 lines of dialogue. So I have to infer, basically, you know, from Jacob's position versus Andy's, you know, which character is speaking. That's the only reason I know which one of these characters is talking right now. So that's, and there's nothing wrong with that. You'll see in a lot of fiction that a lot of writers will just put he said, she said. You don't have to make it complicated. It's just to remind the reader who's talking.
Yeah, I think he's talking about right here, because I thought the same thing too while I was there complimenting there somewhere, and you could just say, I said. Oh, go up. You are... Oh, right here. You're supposed to be nice to me, aren't you, my friend? Yeah, and then just a very easily I said. Or I say, rather, since we're in present tense. I say. Yeah, well, I would be nicer if this place didn't smell worse than a horse's ass. Oh, there was one other thing I wrote down. What was Jacob doing while Andy was in the shower? That could actually show a lot of Jacob's character. Like, is Jacob cleaning around the house and trying to like, yeah, so if he's cleaning, you could say like that Jacob's got like piles of shit in his arms and is like folding things and moving it. Because it's that, or Jacob had gotten like a beer out of the fridge and was just sitting there watching TV waiting. Like,
another fun comment too here is if Andy was trying to find something and he realizes it's not there, and Jacob actually ended up moving it because he's trying to help him clean. So they have like just a tiny little back and forth. They're like, where did this object go? And he's like, oh, I put it over there. Yeah, but I like it here. You know, you can have a fun little back and forth there.
Those moments are really important for character building and like establishing who these characters are and their relationship with each other, because that shows that he's comfortable enough in Andy's house to just start picking it up and like cleaning it for him, and they've been friends long enough that he's like, I'm just gonna fix this for you. And Andy can be very particular on where he likes his things. So that's like, those moments are really, really special for characterization, I think.
I agree. Was there anything else in particular that you wanted input, Chaotic? Like anything specific within this piece?
It's a really good start, and I'm proud of you, and thank you very much for submitting it and letting us review it with you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so glad we finally get to look at some of your work. It's fun to read your writing, so please keep at it. Please.
Yeah, your writing is really beautiful. All of these things are just sharpening, honing.
I like the way you describe things in more of a metaphorical sort of way. Like, you have a very good control on prose as far as making it sound not flowery, but more, what's the word I want to use? Thought-provoking. Like, your first few sentences are really fun to read because you write it basically as pain swallows my stomach into a black hole. That's fun. I like that, instead of just being like, oh, you know, my stomach dropped or something like that. You know, you don't use very simple descriptors. You usually take the more roundabout way of describing stuff, and that's fun. That adds a bit of poetry to it.
You could honestly just use this sentence right here, pain swallows my stomach into a black hole, period. That's a really powerful first opening sentence. And then like split this down into a paragraph. I stare at the picture of my fiance and me on our last trip to see the ocean, and like go into it. First sentences are very, very important.
That would make for an extremely powerful first sentence. Pain swallows my stomach into a black hole, period.
Immediately your reader's like, why? What is going on? What is happening? Cool. Oh, thank you very much, Jana. You are wonderful. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we also have Draconic and I think that's really it, right? So we just wait for them, unless Foxy and Book submit something. Hello, Lucas. Welcome in. We are doing our 8-hour stream today, and we are giving feedback on people's writing. You're 600 words in, give me like another 30 minutes. Okay. It's a deal. So then, I know Draconic said he'd be here around 4. I don't know when Hand will get up. And we can look at it. Yeah, so as long as it's 2,000 words or under, that's the only caveat. Please make it 2,000 words or under, and we will read it and give you feedback. Hello, level Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for hanging out. We love Yu-Gi-Oh! In this house. My husband and I make up DoubleBlind, and all of our lovely community redeemed an 8-hour stream today. So we are streaming for 8 hours and giving writing feedback for free to our lovely viewers. And in the interim, I will be working on Sahira, which is my current web novel. Bry's going to be working on multiple commissions that I'll pull his stuff up for. And then we'll do feedback. We actually can't drink coffee, so we have tea. we quit caffeine this year, which has been hell, but we're getting through it.
Yep, it's been really tough. Due to a lifestyle change, we can no longer have caffeine. So we gotta find other outlets.
Herbal teas do not have caffeine. No, they do not.
Yep, so we just stick to herbal teas. Yeah, because some teas do have caffeine in them.
Lots of peach, dragon fruit, lemon, ginger, fun stuff. We just put a little honey. Oh, it's caused caffeine headaches. It's caused severe fatigue. It has been awful.
It's been hell. But our understanding is it can take anywhere between 2 weeks to 6 months to fully wean yourself off of caffeine. And if you can do that, then it's great. Then it's fantastic. You don't even need it to operate.
So we're just clinging and raking our nails against the wall until we get there. Green tea is delicious and also has caffeine, I believe. I'm 99% sure. Does green tea have caffeine? No, fuck off. Yes. Yes. Cool. No green tea. Sadness. But Ryan and I also write Everyone's a Cat Girl together, and we actually write this story together. And it's very fun. And our Volume 6 Kickstarter is coming on March 13th, which we're very excited for. No wonder you're feeling hyped up? That's awesome! Diamond said he sent you a thing, right? Send it to me! I will do a dramatized reading. I got it. Oh, sweet. I can definitely do a dramatized reading. Okay, I'll wait for you to get back. It is great to meet you too, Level Yu-Gi-Oh! What do you write? Do you have anything published? Oh god, what has this done to my... Oh. Okay, that's fine. Is this on all of them? Now I need the fuck. No, it wasn't doing this before. This is horrible. Ugh. I'm currently working on a romance book, but my favorite is poetry. Oh, yay, romance! I like reading poetry. I am not great at writing poetry. Don't be nervous, Diamond. You heard us give feedback to Chaotic. I think we're nice. We just do generalized stuff and I make little notes. We're not gonna tear it to shreds. The Candace, we actually learned about red tea / Ribos while we were in Flagstaff. We had never had it before, and they were making Ribos lattes with steamed milk and Ribos tea, and they were so fucking good. So we bought a bunch of Ribos tea, and now I would love a milk steamer because that would be so good to have at home. It's a bush. It's a delicious bush. I would eat the whole bush. I wouldn't consider myself a romantic person, but it's a good change of pace. It's still good to practice, I think. I write, for Cat Girls, I write all of our intimate scenes, and I have a blast doing it. And then Sahira will have some, and Sahira will have a lot. Trails and Snails has quite a bit. They're fun. They're fun to write. I enjoy it very much. It's my bread and butter. And then Rai, since Cat Girls is a lit RPG, Rai does all the back end, stats, skills, calculations, math, which I hate. So thank God for Ryan.
It's therapeutic. I very much enjoy it.
And then we have our two little budgies up in the corner, Rappy and Bali. And they just chill all day and have budgie times. Thank you for following!
Thank you so much.
I read my first book with intimate scenes recently. I didn't realize how badly it could be written until then, so I praise your ability to do it. So, selling stuff with intimate scenes in it is actually very difficult because of how often it is written so cringeworthy and just not taken seriously at all. And I spend, yeah, like it's a joke. And I spend so much time like crafting every single one of them. They usually take me like a full day to write those scenes out. Yeah, that it's just like, no, I swear, I promise. Okay, thank you so much for stopping in and following, Level. We will talk to you again.
You take care. Thank you so much for the follow again.
All right. Are you ready? Are you ready for my dramatic reading? Chapter 1, The Nerd. Haha, Logan, my boy, wake up! A loud, bombastic voice rang through Logan's head. As Logan was about to open his eyes, he noticed he wasn't touching anything. There wasn't his mattress from back home under his back or the ground under his feet. Now that he thought about it, he could feel the wind rushing past his face and the cold air rushing into the many cuts and scrapes across his body. Finally opening his eyes, the young man was momentarily confused as he looked up at the vast blue around him as he fell through the air. What in the hell? He yelled, and a purple and black reptile creature swooped from his left, going over him. Looking to his right, he noticed a large suit of futuristic knight armor. From its back was a large thruster pushing the suit closer to him. The same bombastic voice came from inside the suit with a distinct German accent. Oh no. What is a German accent? Yeah. Good to see you awake, my boy. I'm sorry, I don't know. I thought after everything we have been through, you would be more used to this by now. Grabbing Logan with one hand, it was clear that the knight was much taller than Logan was expecting, standing or falling, in this case, almost 2 feet taller than Logan. The knight's oversized body allowed Logan to go into the fetal position to fit into the man's larger hands. Sven, I got a fastball for ya! That's more Swedish, but we're going with it. With a mighty heave, the knight threw the screaming Logan higher into the air towards the purple and black creature. As Logan got closer, it was clear that it had both draconic and bat-like traits. Is this supposed to be dragonic? Okay, dragonic and bat-like traits, having large bat ears, large fangs, and a tuft of fur around the creature's neck. As Logan came eye to eye with the bat dragon, it lowered its head, showing off its back. On its back was a man wearing scaled armor that looked like it was made out of the shedding of the beast. The man was sitting upon a saddle and holding onto the neck fur with a prosthetic arm, while the other arm, still flesh and bone, was excited to catch Logan's hand to pull the flailing man to safety. How did I even get into this mess? Logan declared as the bat dragon began to nosedive. I'm gonna make a quick note. Okay. Today sucked, groaned a young man as he walked into his house after working all day. He wasn't anything to write home about, standing a little above average with a fair complexion and a minor athletic build from going up playing sports. He threw an apron from his job at a local cafe onto the couch, the name tag reading Logan L. Who is this based off of, Diamond? Self-insert Logan character. Walking into his bedroom, Logan changed from a plain black work tee covered in coffee that a customer had thrown at him in anger. Did that actually happen? To a graphic tee from one of his favorite shows. It had a large design of purple and black dragon with bat-like features on the face and neck. The underside of the wings was green. Taking a deep breath to decompress. Thank goodness, I don't smell like coffee anymore, Logan thought as he left the room to head to his office to relax. The office was covered wall to wall in memorabilia from his favorite games, shows, and movies. You name it, he has it. Artwork, figures, collectibles, it was there. Most noticeably, a bookshelf held 2 helmets and a myriad of books and comics. One helmet was emerald with golden vision, and the other was black with a sizable spiked crest on the forehead. The visor was in a T-shape, extending down to the face from the eyes, and it glowed a vivid green. 2 weapons were on the walls, framing the bookshelf. One was a sizable single-bladed battle axe with 3 rockets extending from the back. It was as dark as the night, while the LED... This should be capitalized. Alright. Flames of the rockets burned green. The other was a futuristic assault rifle that looked unwieldy for the average person. He was proud of how the axe turned out. He had been working on the cosplay prop for months now, and it looked identical to how it looked in his favorite game. Unlike the neatly decorated bookshelf, Logan's desk was a complete and ordered mess. Figures, pencils, and a little knickknacks sat on either side of his mouse and keyboard. Most noticeably, a figure of a yellow rabbit was wearing an aviator's jacket, and a set of goggles sat on the rodent's head. The 6-inch statue was in a running pose with its arm extending behind him. It was on top of a small glowing stone portal with runes glowing around the stone edge of the portal. The guy should be online by now, Logan comments to himself, turning on his computer. Time to plant my happy little ass right here and not move for God! Instead of plopping into his chair like expected, he continued to fall not to the floor, but through it. Logan screamed into the white void that enveloped him for what felt like ages until he hit something solid. Pulling himself together, he looked around to see what could have brought him to his blindingly white void. Hello there, young Luther. The sudden British voice came from behind Logan, causing him to jump and snap around. You're killing me with these accents. The man in front of him appeared to be in his 50s, wearing a white lab coat on top of a brown vest, and his black hair was slicked back to complete his scientist look, was a pair of safety goggles that sat around his neck. I don't mean to startle you, but the multiverse needs your help. You need me? Why? What? Logan was gobsmacked, looking at the professor and the beings behind him. Behind the professor, there was a massive blue robot, easily 15 feet tall, a small yellow humanoid rabbit wearing an aviator's jacket and goggles on its head, an almost 8-foot-tall futuristic black knight with a sizable single-bladed battle axe, and the most normal-looking of the bunch was another young man with black and purple scaled armor with neck fur. His left arm was a basic prosthetic with 6 orbs lodged down its length. What the professor is trying to tell you is that you are one of us, the rabbit said impatiently, tapping his foot. Why is everything taking so fucking... The rabbit was cut off by an oversized hand covering his face. There is no need to swear about your annoyance, the knight stated in a thick German accent. We are all here to help those who can't help themselves. We know the multiverse is at risk, but you haven't explained how. What could be the threat of that magnitude? The man in the scale armor asked. Despite how simple his prosthetic limb and armor looked, he sounded very intelligent. Also, how do you know about this? Is this the professor? All good questions, Sven. In reverse order, I am something known as a time walker. What is British? You got me in your pocket. I have the ability to navigate the time stream, and with that ability, I can sense disturbances in it. While I can witness these events, I am unable to interfere myself, but I can find champions who can take on these threats. Why us? Logan said in confusion. I don't have any special skills or abilities, unlike everyone else here. I think I have the answer to that, the robot said in a feminine voice. Oh shit, I thought it was a girl or a boy. She looked like she was made from a different machine. There was a set of car wheels in the shoulders and the heels of the female bot or femme. A pair of car doors looked like wings coming out of her back. The femme legs were more prominent than expected to hold various tools and equipment needed. She was currently looking into her palm. The 5 of us have the same temporal signature. Temper what now? The knight asked, scratching the side of his helmet. To the group's surprise, the skittish Logan answered the knight's question. That sounds like something I've heard in the show I was watching. She was saying that across the vastness of the multiverse, the chances of 2 people Having similar frequencies are unlikely, especially if they are from completely different universes. So having all 5 of us with the same signature is next to impossible. And yet, here you all are, Gadget. I am impressed that you can quickly pick up on that. It was quite easy, the robot Gadget sheepishly stated, tapping her digits together. Whenever you open a portal there, it releases an energy pulse that I have never studied, so I returned to my scanners to pick up on them easier so I could study them better. So are we cosmically linked or something? The rabbit questioned. Yes, Miles, the 5 of you are linked because of a lack of a better term, the professor stated with a nod of his head. Unlike the 5 of you, I fell into chronal anomaly, rewriting my presence in the multiverse. While this granted my great powers, there is still much I am unable to affect directly. The knight began to raise his hand like a child in a school to ask question. Yes, Amifrid, I am ancient by all of your standards. Amfried was about to raise his hand again. No, I cannot tell you what will happen. Spoilers, Logan said thoughtlessly, like he remembered something. Exactly, Logan, the professor says with a link. Back to business. You 5 will be facing someone who claims to be a time walker as well. He reached into his coat pocket to retrieve a pocket watch, but the device opens a holographic image of a young man no older than Logan. It was hard to make out the man's facial features due to the domed helmet he wore over his head. For some reason, it had a fedora built into the helmet. He wore a long black trench coat with red highlights going through it. He had an unnecessary amount of chains across his chest. To finish the look, he wore fingerless gloves with spiked knuckles. An edgelord, a flipping edgelord is who we're supposed to fight, Miles groans out, rolling his eyes. It's like I'm dealing with that copycat from home. You are correct, the professor started. His fashion choices are questionable, but don't underestimate because of them. The hologram began to spin in place. This is Nexus. He is attempting to recreate the multiverse in his own image and became a god over everything. How? Logan asked in bewilderment. How can one person become a god of the infinite multiverse? Okay. How indeed? The professor closed his pocket watch to shut off the hologram, reopening it to a phone-sized device. A multiversal variant of a friend of mine built this device, allowing him to travel from universe to universe. Sadly, his journey ended when he entered Nexus's home universe. Using his multiversal vision, he tracked down my friends and tragically took his life to steal the device. Once he had it, Nexus could finally travel along the shortcuts of the universe. Sven reached across his body to hold onto his prosthetic limb. How can anyone be comfortable taking a life? There are just some people out there that hold no regard for life. They only see what can be gained, not lost. Arnfried said somberly, placing a hand on Sven's shoulder. Looking over to the professor, he said, What do we have to do to stop him? I have both good news and bad news for everyone, the professor said, reaching into his pocket. While I am unable to help directly, I can give this to you. After Nexus left his dimension, I went to my version of the creator to have them remake this for you. He then tossed a small device to Logan. After almost dropping the device, Logan noticed that he had caught an exact duplicate of the device shown on the hologram. Wait, where do I have this? Because you're going to be the leader of this motley crew. What? That was all the group could say. All right, Diamond. I wasn't expecting you to do the accents. Look, I wanted to try to make it as perfect as possible. Okay, the Candace. We'll be here all day. Come say hi again. I wanted to be very close to the source material. I'm not great at accents, but I tried. Oh, Axolotl! Hi, Annie! Hello. Axolotl did my Sahira gremlin.
Oh, so you're the one responsible. We love the Sahira gremlin. Thank you so much. Welcome in.
Thanks for stopping by the stream. She's so very cute. Today, Sahira is a cup and can talk. All right. Okay, Toma. Enjoy cooking lunch. So I will start. First, my overall thoughts on this. I feel like it's really important to know the fandoms to understand what's going on, and I don't think I know any of these fandoms. Are these all based on characters that exist in other shows / games? Are they like inspired by characters from shows? Yes and no. Okay, so some of them are original, some of them aren't. Okay. Thank you, Axolotl. They're all inspirations. Okay. The reason I said that was because when Logan gets to being around all of them, he says things like spoilers, and the professor's like, yeah, exactly. So almost like I should know what is going on, and like the professor understood what that meant. So it's very meta, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I just felt a little bit lost a couple times because I felt like I should know who these characters are or like why this is happening. Yeah, I feel like the outsider kind of being dragged along for all of this instead of like right there with Logan in the story. So maybe turning down the meta a little bit would be good just to help your reader along. So it's not like I'm kind of holding on to the back of the car, like hoping somebody lets me in. So in terms of writing style, this is actually a mistake, not really a mistake, but this is a habit that I used to have a lot too. When you're describing other people, objects, anything, it's really good to pick out different descriptors that you can use so you don't get stuck with using words like large over and over again. So like large bat ears, large fangs, and then like in the next sentence it was like large something else. There were a couple of those, and it wasn't just with large. There were a few descriptor words that were repeated. There's a good website that we like to use describing words. So if you're getting stuck, you can like go here and put ears, and sometimes you'll get good stuff, sometimes you won't, but like pointy, acute, or sharp, like just different words that you can use that aren't just large, small, medium size modifiers. You could also focus on something else like wings, eyes, claws, whatever. There was a point where it said lowercase LED and LED should be uppercase. That's just a tiny like grammatical thing. There was some tense swapping where it would be past tense and then it would swap to present tense, so just be careful of tense swapping. The femme thing confused me. So like the female robot starts talking and Logan automatically goes, or femme, and I don't know why. Like I'm not sure why he suddenly called her a femme. Like how does he know this? Even a sentence here of like a femme as he knew it in such and such universe, or has he knew it from a show that he had watched. Like that way we know where he is associating femme from. And then my last note was there are multiple quotation marks missing. So you'll have someone say something and then like this. It was quite easy. The robot gadget sheepishly stated, tapping her digits together. Whenever you open a portal, and that's missing a quote right there. So that there should be a quotation because she started talking again. And then it happened a few times with the professor. So anytime someone is talking like here, the professor stated his fashion choices are, so there should be a quote there. Just make sure to close those out. Okay, your turn, Ryan.
Okay, so one thing okay, well, first I'll say what? There is so much going on in here that it is very, very difficult for me to keep track. I'll just basically echo exactly like what she said, that I feel kind of like the outsider looking in, holding onto the back of the car. I have very little idea what's going on, but I would imagine that if you are the person who is in on it, and you know what all these things are referencing, then yeah, this is probably a lot of fun. I will say though, to anybody who's not on the inside and in the know, this is going to be very, very tough to follow. But it is fun. It feels not sarcastic, not sardonic. It feels like it's embracing the over-the-top nature of multiverse stories. That's how it comes off to me. One thing I did notice about your sentence structure, though, is you slip up on some of the dialogue tags. Like, you'll say, the guy should be online by now, comma, Logan comments to himself, which is correct. That's the correct way to use a dialogue tag. But even when there's, like, an exclamation point or a question mark, you do not need to capitalize the following word. Let me see if I can find an example. Yeah, right here. We know the multiverse is at risk, but you haven't explained how. What could be a threat of that magnitude? And there's a question mark here, but then right after it's a capitalized T, the man in the scale armor asked. You actually don't need to capitalize that. You can leave that lowercase. There are also a few instances where you do have a period, and then immediately it'll be the robot said, or the man said. In fact, there's one right here. I think I have the answer to that. Period. The robot said in a feminine voice. You would actually put a comma there, and then lowercase t, the robot said. Other than that, I enjoyed reading all of the accents, the German accent, all these other characters. It's bombastic as hell. Not my cup of tea personally, but I see a lot of fun here. Like, the writer is just being like, let's just, be as wild and crazy as we can be. That's pretty much all I have for input, though, because Kat already captured like 90% of what I was going to say. So I'm just going to echo exactly what she said.
I think one thing you could do to help your reader along is while you're going through Logan's room and describing all of these things, because at first it feels like, oh, we're just describing his room and everything he owns. Start naming the things that you're describing, like who they belong to and what the rabbit's name is. And that way, when he gets transported, instead of just having the same descriptor, you can say like, it was actually X in the flesh, or like it would help transfer a little bit over so that it's clear that all of these things in his room are actually coming to life and are very real. That would, I think, capture that a little bit better. Yeah, I mean, I can see Logan being confused, but the thing is, Logan doesn't come off as very confused to me beyond just like, why have you chosen us? Why is this happening? He kind of fits right in by saying things like spoilers and calling the female robot a femme. Like he has all of this language and he recognizes these characters, but your reader doesn't yet. So we feel a little bit backseated in compared to where Logan's at.
It also just hit me that you weren't talking about the Halo helmet, but the Doom Guy helmet. I just now got it.
And then, yeah, like why Logan gets chosen as the leader of this merry band. Yeah, it was a fun read, even if I feel like I was just kind of gripping along for the ride.
Yeah, kind of, to echo her sentiment, it feels like Logan is confused at first, but then kind of accepts what's going on a little too easily in some areas. Like, he just kind of falls into it, making comments and just embracing what's going on.
Yeah, like him answering the Knight's question right here. Like, this sounds like something I heard on this show I was watching, and just answers like exactly what the robot was going for. Thank you for submitting it and letting me read it out loud. That was fun.
That was hilarious. I love the way you read it.
I strive to be entertaining. Did you have any other questions, or did you want us to like go over anything else? See, that wasn't so bad, right?
Remember, 2K is the max. You can submit any word count you want. 2K is just the absolute max we'll read. Obviously, if it goes a slight bit over, it's not a big deal. But hey, if you can't get feedback, if you don't try, then you won't learn how to blossom into a better writer. So That's all I'll say. Jack, you smartass.
Hey, remember, not every story needs to be published and not every story needs to have feedback. Like, if you just want to write something because you want to fight alongside all of your favorite characters, write it. Have fun. Like, that's not a waste of time. That's not a waste of effort. It doesn't have to make money for you to just enjoy it. Like, writing is as much of a hobby as anything. That's why I love coloring and just kind of drawing on my own and cross-stitching. Like, these are things that I will never sell and never actually do for paid work, but it's still important to sit down and do it because this will give you practice and it gives you like a way to express yourself.
There's this awful trend I've seen in people over the last like 10 years, especially, that if you're not making money from it, it's a waste of time. No, it's not a waste of time. If you enjoyed it, if you had fun with it, that's all that matters. Exactly like she said, writing is just as much of a hobby as anything else, as much as watching movies, playing games, coloring, making models, whatever you want to do. So if you're having fun with it, that's all that really matters. I wrote a ton of fan fiction when I was in my teens and early 20s, and I just did it because I wanted to. I had no intention of publishing any of it. You don't have to make money from it.
All right, we got books. I am copying and pasting it to you. Ready when you are. Your turn to read.
All right, we are gonna start with books next. This dress is so itchy, I exclaimed, even though the servants hadn't finished putting the dress on me. Lilith Atara, you be nice. This dress has been passed down for hundreds of generations, and you will not put shame on this family, my mother, Queen Luna, harshly said. I'm able to know one in particular. It feels like it's been around that long. Fan hit the back of my head and sent me falling forward. Luckily, the maids at the front grabbed me before I fell on the ground. You take that back. Imagine if your father heard you. You'd be thrown in the dungeon in seconds. All right. Iru Mabo. That really hurt, though. I said while the servants rushed me over to a vanity in the corner of the room. The second I sat down, half of them started working on my hair, while the rest started gathering all the makeup. Please be nice. I don't need this agreement to go down to Gehenna, okay? Okay. I promise I'll be nice and make sure this agreement goes well. I just wish I was told a bit sooner. You would have been told sooner if you had not run away last year. That was different. I wanted to see the world, and the king wanted me to. I started explaining before a servant closed my mouth to apply a rosy lip stain. My mother sighed and said, I know you think you were in the right to leave, and I agree with you. Nicholas was in the wrong for trying to make you do that. Running away instead of talking to me was not the right move. When the servants were done adding on her makeup and pinning up her hair, they allowed her to start moving on her own instead of being rushed around. Thank you, girls. My daughter looks amazing. My mother complimented the servants' work while I just tried standing straight with this 20-pound dress on. You're very welcome, Your Majesty, they said all at the same time while bowing. They then all stood straight up and walked out of the servant door behind. I swear the way they speak at the same time freaked me out, I said while stumbling over to my mother's side. Same, but they have to, or they could lose their job. So I smiled through it, my mother said while trying to hide a giggle behind her fan.
Sounds like my mom.
Yeah, it does. Wow, my mom is back. I thought you were just going to stay the queen today. My mom softly smacked the side of her fan with that comment. While giggling, I said, I'm glad my mom got to come to my wedding, even if I don't want to be here. Mom was about to say something when there was a knock at the door. Your Majesty, my lady, we are ready for you, someone said. Well, you ready? My mom asked while extending her hand. Ready as I'll ever be, I replied. We walked out of the room together. So right out the gate, I think you have Lilith's personality and just the personalities of the characters within the room down really well. You can feel their personalities bleeding off of them. You can tell that, you know, the mother has a bit of a quip to her tone. She's always got a little bit of a witty comment to make, as does her daughter. Lilith is also very, very funny. I like this comment up here. It feels like it's been around that long. So I very much enjoy that. It did switch up a little bit on the tense. So I'm assuming you're trying to keep this in past tense since the majority of it was in past tense. So just try to keep an eye on that. Let me see if I can find an example. I mumble to no one in particular. You should say, I mumbled to no one in particular. Same thing with chaotic. This can be a really, really tough habit to break sometimes. It's easier to break out of it if you're going for past tense and you just slip into present tense every once in a while. But just to keep that in mind. Some of the dialogue tags are off just a little bit. If it's a complete sentence and there's nothing else, you don't need to put a comma here, so you can just add, like, you would have been told sooner if you had not away last year. You just need a period there. It doesn't need to be a comma. In 500 words, I don't have enough to really give any further input, but I think this is a really fun way to start out. I enjoyed it. It made me laugh. Thank you.
To echo what he said, I love their back and forth. I love that she's the queen until everyone leaves, and then she's not the queen, she's her mom. Like, some of the stuff she says reminds me a lot of my mom. I would grab, you can get Grammarly for free. You don't have to get the premium version, just the super basic bitch version is fine. And then that way it should help you with at least some of the spelling. Like, this should be passed down from hundreds. So when you've got numbers like this in traditional fiction, you'll actually write it out. So this will be hundreds of generations instead of like hundreds. And then same with the 20-pound dress. So this would be the 20-pound dress. Also, to echo what Rai said, when it's just the end of a sentence and there's no dialogue tag or anything, period, and it's good. Otherwise, yeah, I really like it. I think that it's cute. It's a good back and forth. It tells you a lot about the story, like in the world, and how Lilith ran away and now she's here for her wedding and is like, yeah, I'm not really great at doing this, but I guess we're freaking making it happen. So you already know like some of the outside things that are going on just within their dialogue. So that's really well done. You did a great job, honey.
Good job. Clap, 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 clap.
Hi, Chocobo. Middle. This is only an hour and a half in. We were like an hour and 10. So Surprise! Alright, anyone have anything else they want to submit? While you're thinking on it, let me go ahead and give you big birds and run an ad. That way we can keep the pre-rolls off. Foxy, it's totally up to you what you want to stream and give feedback on. As you have seen, we're not doing like direct edits or consistent grammar, punctuation. Like that's up to you. Okay,
this is just for overall feedback.
Oh, your workday, Chocobo. How's your workday going? Is it going well? Oh, slow is good. Yay, slow and chill. Outline questions. Give us your outline questions.
I'm here.
Carmine, hello! Thank you so much for the sub! Gonna buy some turkeys? Oh my gosh! Hug the turkeys for me. Foxy, I think both Rye and I have DM from server available. That's how people DM us all the time. If you can't, just throw it in writing general. Oh no! Do I not have not equal? Hang on. I wonder if I'm on the wrong thing. Yep. One moment, please. Foxy, just put it in writing general. Thank you for the hydrate. So we have been doing feedback for everybody this morning who submitted work. Chocobo asked, let's see. I want to weave 3 systems together with story beats. I've battle planned several chapters, but it feels like digging endlessly trying to layer it together nicely. Get out of outline and try writing it? I'm not a good outliner. Maybe Rye would be better with this. Yeah, Chocobo said that he's been outlining to get 3 systems together with story beats and battle plans. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Carmine.
This is a big part of, typically speaking, why we avoid any strict outlines, because sometimes one chapter might not make sense leading into another. Everybody's work process looks a little different. Yours might be more looser outlines, like you might have the habit of wanting to create a more in-depth outline, but when it actually comes down to writing what you've outlined, it just doesn't feel coherent or cohesive. I would have to see it and see exactly where you're struggling, give you any better feedback on that. Comedy or slice of life chapters. How do they enjoy making fun moments that don't feel jammed in or random? I know I want more, but haven't landed on satisfying ideas. That's really going to depend on the characters and their chemistry together. That's the slice of life moments I have found are easier to incorporate when there's something that they're all kind of working together on that takes time. So they have to burn the time spent waiting by chatting. When you and I were going through your story for a little bit, for example, if, let's just say there's 5 people in the room, 2 of them are adults, 3 of them are kids, and the adults are working on helping one of the kids suffering from a wound. We'll just say like they almost lost their leg or something, and they're trying to help them out. Well, the other 2 kids have an opportunity to play with the 3rd kid, and this gives the adults a chance to also playfully tease the kids back as they get teased. That's just one example. But I have found that it's usually easiest to create slice of life in casual scenarios when there's something bigger they're working on that they have to wait to be complete, because it gives them time to talk. Like if Matt, one of my favorite scenes actually in Cat Girls is when Matt and Cannoli are bonding over cooking together, because Raven and Kiki are kind of out for the count because they drank too much the night prior. Raven makes some few witty comments here and there, but Kiki is just totally suffering from her hangover. Things like that, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It really depends on the chemistry and where they're at in their relationship. Like, for example, we could use Sahira and Nia. There's been a really slow build up there, but they've had really cute back and forths lately. But we're like 60,000 words in. So it's taken a while for them to get that cute, sweet back and forth, because there's like, they had to build a relationship first before that could happen. So we fit them in once they actually feel right. So they're not random at all. For both Ryan and I, we have found that eventually when you write enough, the characters start talking to you, and it feels like just naturally putting in their dialogue because you have been with them for so long that this just feels right. It feels right for them to say these things. And that's my favorite part of writing, once the characters start feeling that real. Hello, Dark Master. How are you?
Welcome in.
Right. Foxy put his link in, yeah, cool. Book says, I'm glad the characters had good personalities. I was very much basing them on how me and my mom talk, so it would be comfortable to write. I do know there's a lot of editing that needs to be done, but I'll wait until I write the full chapter so I don't throw myself in the same problem. Also, I'm glad I read the Latin words really easily. I was not going to be excited if it stopped the wanting to read my story. I've enjoyed adding them randomly to the story. When you do use them, just be kind of careful because like we don't know what they mean, so make sure that there's enough context around it. It's the same when you come up with your own language to have in context to the words that your reader is not going to be familiar with. So if you use it, at least they'll go like, oh, she's using this as a curse, or using it as like a what's the word? Oh my god. Endearing term. Yes. Like a term of endearment. Yeah. No, just a term of endearment was the word I wanted. Yeah, if there's like enough context there. Like if they're saying something sweetly and they call you, like we'll use Spanish for example, like you probably don't know like what mi vida means, but if I said I love you mi vida, like you would know that's something nice. Like I said something nice to you even if you don't know the word. It means my life, by the way. We are just getting started. We are in hour 1.5. And we are reviewing our community stories and giving our feedback. All right, Foxy, are you still around and ready and available? Okay, are you ready, Rai? I'm gonna start reading. The line was long, stretching through long tunnels and slowly moving forward as one by one, as the inmates were funneled through just a couple of intake desks right at the entrance. Aspen sighed deeply as they watched that line move, every moment feeling so boring yet also so incredibly warm from a mix of liquid mana rolling down the tunnel behind a fence. They finally arrived at the desk and had their hand and leg cuffs undone after walking through a set of scanners, the clerk eyeing them as they looked over the scans. Aspen, no last name, no model number, and your history just has your arrest for promotion of anti-organic behavior. Are you some type of spy? Government agent? Aspen was silent, their eyes scanning the area around the desk before finally settling on the clerk and looking down upon them, taking a moment to process and think of the right answer before speaking in a voice that sounds generic enough to be unable to be placed to any one person. I am Aspen, ex-corporate worker for Novatech. Due to my work with patented and restricted technology and having it implanted within me, you will not be able to recognize my model or requisition my history. Please let me through. The clerk looked up at Aspen, all 6 foot something of them, their frame androgynous, but through their eyes, their size, and the lack of humanoid features such as a mouth, it gave off a feel of intimidation. Yes, thank you, Rafi. Alright, go ahead and receive your clothes and head to one of the 3 recruitment offices. The clerk stamped the sheet with 3 different stamps before handing it over and having a guard wielding a spear gently guide Aspen ahead. As they walked through the final stretch of tunnel, it went from a traditional mine tunnel to a metal structure with small windows showing the outside into the deep, pitch-black void of water. It was almost hypnotic seeing a complete absence of what seems like anything before reaching the final gate and getting dressed into a jumpsuit not well-fitting for their body. Being ushered in, the place didn't immediately look like the prison that Aspen had been expecting. There were large paths that spread out like a web and connected with others. Looking over the edge for a moment, they saw how deep the place went, the soft orange light and heat from the bottom layer reverberating upwards to fill the 2 other layers above. A feminine voice cut through from behind Aspen, causing them to spin around and put a hand out slightly in front of the other in an almost instinctive movement. Hey, you're one of the new carriage in, right? The person asking was an android. It was written all over them, or more accurately, the lack of something on them. They didn't have anything covering either of their arms and instead presented their internals with a sense of pride not usually seen by the kind on the surface. Aspen nodded slowly as they stared down on the other android. Yes, I am. Who are you? Their tone was purposefully ambiguous between curiosity and intimidation, keeping their hands visible. The shorter one responded, I'm part of the Forge Workers. We like to make food inroads early with androids coming in. My name is Arita, and welcome to the Mirror Sheath Prison. Their cheery attitude was complemented by their outfit, an orange t-shirt with a deep, almost burnt black denim vest and a fiery mop of hair. Irita put a hand out, but it wasn't taken, Aspen instead offering a smile to them before speaking. Thank you for the offer, but I would like to explore my options. From the brief knowledge I was able to glean, there are several jobs options down here. Aspen looked down the street. It didn't look too dissimilar to a regular city street with shops along each side and people walking up and down. Irita began walking down the street, making a gesture for Aspen to follow. At least let me show you around the top layer. You'll need to know where you'll be staying. Aspen followed with less caution now as they looked around with curiosity. We have casinos, bars, cafes. They're all run by the collective. I assume since you've read up, you at least have basic knowledge on the Mistress of Games, so I won't bore you with the history. The two walked past the cafe that was busy with people getting drinks on their work break. What do you sell in a cafe down here? I can't imagine it's easy to do. They stopped briefly to gaze inside. There was a counter and behind it freshly baked goods and hot drink machines. I think it's supposed to be. Irita spun around to look at the cafe also. Oh, that's not a usual question, but in our greenhouses we grow tea. Other than that, we get occasional coffee, but it's mainly honey, milk, and baked goods. We have a large bee population down here. Aspen would nod again before ushering them ahead, the two continuing to step along now closer side by side as they passed a tall building that seemed to stretch up all the way from the bottom to the top of the prison. That's the guard tower. From there, the warden controls the laws and the guards to enforce them. You might consider joining. You look plenty intimidating. Aspen would roll their eyes before beginning to walk again. They'd take a path downwards, below the commercial streets and onto paths that had blocks and blocks of apartments on each side. This is where most of the population lives. Your intake form should have your address listed. You get a basic small studio, but each of the main groups can give out better homes for good behavior. Aspen would look at their form and scan it until they found the address box with number N38 and began looking at the signage and beginning to walk back to the street, Irita following behind. Getting your bearings well, I hope. Irita would hear a buzz from their watch and call out to Aspen in a slightly rushed tone. Sorry, Aspen, but I gotta head to greet to the new other carriage. Apparently, the other two handlers can't take care of it themselves. And within a moment, they'd run back up the stairs, Aspen giving them a friendly wave. Aspen would eventually make it to their new home. It would be barren, only having a charger, a bed, and a small closet. Aspen would stretch before taking out a pen stored in their wrists and beginning to write on the only painted wall in the room. The forge workers, the collectives, the guards, all arranged in a circle and with lines coming off of them. They'd put a final circle in the middle listed, the mystery, with a few connections to it. History of the prison, construction, when and why, and what is underneath. Staring at it all, Aspen would let out a deep sigh and let their shoulders slump with a slight mechanical click before leaning back against the opposite wall. I am in way too over my head. Don't be nervous. Oh, my confidence is this week. Okay. So, you have an interesting premise here, but the world very much confuses me. So we are underwater in a prison, question mark? But there's like casinos and apartments, and a greenhouse. So I don't know how deep they'd have to be underwater, but sun kind of stops permeating the surface at a certain point. So I'm trying to figure out how the greenhouse works. I don't know why they just let him in without knowing like anything about him, and he's just like, you won't recognize me, I just want to come through. Especially with an android, that seems really dangerous. Like he could really screw up the whole way of life and everything that's going on down there, especially if it's all built up like this. Also, if they're in prison and there's prisoners and people who have been convicted of crimes, are we just like handing them a keys to an apartment and saying, here you go, the casino's down the street? Like, I want this idea sold to me because it seems really cool and I'm here for it. There's just a lot of conflicting information. Rye, thoughts?
Okay, so I'll give you my opinion as well. So grammatically speaking, if you ever have a character speaking, you should not have another character speaking within the same paragraph. You've got this a few times. Let me see if I can find an example. Yeah, you have a paragraph here that says, Aspen nodded slowly as they stared down at the other android. Yes, I am. Who are you? Their tone was purposefully ambiguous, between curiosity and intimidation, keeping their hands visible. The shorter one responded, I'm part of the forge workers. We like to make food inroads early with androids coming in. My name is Rita. Whenever there's you only ever have one person speaking within a paragraph. So if it's going to be another person speaking, separate it into a new paragraph. So there's my input there. I notice you avoid using any he, she pronouns. Be careful with this. They pronouns can be extremely difficult to use because it can create extremely difficult to read and tough sentences and paragraphs to read. Because, okay, if I go back down here, it was actually towards the end. Let's see, you have, sorry Aspen, but I got ahead to greet the new carriage. Apparently the other two handlers can't take care of it themselves. And within a moment, they'd run back up the stairs. So if I had originally read this, I would think, oh, Irida and Aspen both ran up the stairs. And then Aspen gave a friendly wave as they were running up the stairs. It makes it confusing to read. Whereas if you just said she ran back up the stairs, then it's clear that only Irida. You can also just say within a moment, Irida ran back up the stairs, if you prefer to use they pronouns. I understand why, because they're androids, so they're not technically human. But I would just be careful with that. Little minor things like you had would versus could, would hear when you can just use heard. Minor issues, that's easily fixed. Your descriptions were really difficult to follow. So I love sci-fi. I adore sci-fi. So I think you have a really interesting premise here. I like the premise. But the descriptions are a little difficult to follow. I wasn't quite sure if this entire place was underwater or if this is just an entire facility surrounded by iron and steel and there's just all these greenhouses and nice markets around. So that kind of tripped me up a little bit. My last bit of feedback is, why was he allowed inside? Echoing Kat's thoughts, they mention, oh, I don't have any model number or anything that you're going to recognize, blah, 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 because of what you guys implanted in me and such and such. But then he just lets him right in. So I was a little confused as to why he did that, because it sounds like the humans and androids share the prisons. But if you were going to do that, I would think that you would want to separate the humans from the androids, because they're going to have different needs, different potentials. I don't know if these androids follow the law of robotics where they cannot harm humans. Maybe Aspen broke that law. That's a very common science fiction trope. But yeah, that's pretty much all the feedback that I have so far. I have a lot of questions in my head.
Yeah, Foxy, I think you can still make it work. And Tuka, baby, hello. Hi. You can still make this world work. Like you can put reasons behind everything. They could be petty criminals, they could be reformed criminals, that this is like the next step after prison. There's a lot of options that you could do here. It's just figuring it out, like how it's going to work together and why they're allowed to have apartments essentially with like bars, casinos, cafes, and then do some research on like underwater farming and underwater planting and what is feasible to grow underwater. Because like I feel like a greenhouse, if you go deep enough, is not going to work. Like the sun is just not going to hit it enough. So unless they've got lots of lights, like a ton of LED lights that are constantly going, but then when are they getting the electricity from? Like these are the kinds of questions that are really important to ask, especially where are they getting all this electricity for the casinos, bars, cafes? Like how are they making this function and work? That's really important.
Like for one example, this is just off the top of my head. I'm not saying you have to actually use this, but as Aspen is passing through the halls, maybe the glass that's separating him from other parts of the facility, like maybe he can see into the ocean a little bit, and he sees a huge structure, like this huge turbine that maybe is generating energy using the ocean's currents to generate energy. You have all kinds of things you can work with. Science fiction is a very, very difficult genre to write in because there's just so much science, there's so much technical stuff that goes into it. I think you have a really good premise. I would just keep playing with it because you're gonna trip and fall a lot. Even the best science fiction writers take forever to write a complete and coherent story. So don't let this discourage you, and just please keep practicing, okay?
Sodium lights. Today I learned about sodium lights. That's way cool. Thank you, Dark. And yeah, you can still pepper these things in. It doesn't have to be giant exposition dumps. Just like Rai said, he can see things on the outside of the glass that he knows what they're for. He can talk to Arita a little bit about them. He can ask questions. They can have dialogue. There's ways to hint at how everything is working without just information dumping on your reader or exposition dumping and like going into every single little thing. There's still ways to answer questions with single sentences. So it's very important to just weave those in with your narrative. Also, I'm really curious about currency. I think Arita could mention currency, like how are people, where are they gambling? Where are they getting money from the work? How much money are they going to be getting from these different jobs? When she's explaining the job, she could even say like, oh, the pay is really good for this, but blah, or that way, like when he's figuring out his options, he knows how much he's going to get. It's okay in science fiction to make up your own energy source too. Like take inspiration from what's real and just run with it. Like science has advanced to create this new thing that functions underwater. So that's how we're doing it. You know, it doesn't all have to be completely rooted in truth, just enough so that your reader believes you when you start coming up with your own technobabble a la Star Trek.
A big part of sci-fi is saying something with enough convincing words to make it sound plausible. That's really a big part of sci-fi, especially if it doesn't take place on Earth. If it takes place on another planet or some other created world, you can come up with some type of like ultralight ore that has virtually no weight to it and can suck in energy from the sun and powers this big laser gamma ray. You know, you have all kinds of options you can work with.
It's a fusion reactor. Fusion reactors solve 9 out of 10 problems in science fiction. So the freaking truth, man. Oh my god. Do you have any questions for us, Foxy, that you want us to clarify? Do you have anything else? This is a really good start. Like, you can absolutely work with this. Just take your time on it. I'm going to quickly grab some more water while we're waiting. I'll be right back.
There's something I did have, should I mention, the variety of different species that are around, because it's sci-fi fantasy, sci-fantasy, and the fantasy part is important, but I don't know how to show that early. You have a few ways you can do that. You could say all manner of creatures were welcomed here. You don't have to get into extreme detail. In fact, you can introduce it slowly, bit by bit, like even as close as the next chapter. Maybe Aspen ends up talking to 2 types of aliens, 2 types of different creatures, and he knows them as some type of reptilian and some type of insectoid. You know, I'm just spitballing here. That's one thing you can do. That all depends too on whether or not you want to explain why androids are allowed to mingle with organic life. Because to me personally, and this is just my personal opinion, but in a lot of sci-fi, they would typically want to separate the androids from the organic life. Unless there's some sort of aspect that bridges them to blur that difference between them, to make them seem more human than they actually are. You know, maybe the androids don't have all these super high-tech abilities. Maybe they're just able to run with limited energy, you know? I don't know enough about the androids to come up with a conclusion. Matryoshka brain concept. I've not heard of that. What is that? The Matryoshka brain. It's a hypothetical powered by a Dyson sphere. Oh, employing the entire energy output of a star to drive computer systems. That is interesting. I like that. Gotcha. Okay. And the thing with a story like this too is that sci-fi stories, and you may already be aware of this, they tend to be very expository, and they're very slow stories. They're very science-y stories, you know, that as in science fiction, obviously. So you have an opportunity to get into the complications of like why androids are separated from the organic life. But I would take it slow. You have an opportunity here with Irida to explain some of the things that the readers may be curious about. I think you should make Aspen a little bit more curious, because Irida is just kind of following him and just explaining these things seemingly for the reader's benefit, not necessarily for Aspen's benefit. So if Aspen is actually a little bit more curious, then it would give a greater reason as to why Irida is explaining all of these aspects. So you have an opportunity to explain things in a more organic way to the reader. Yeah, see, and I don't know all that. You'll have to explain that in the story. What I'm saying is I just don't have enough information yet to really give a strong enough opinion one way or the other.
I like that it came back to me building a Matryoshka brain to be able to run Crisis. That's freaking hilarious. All of us still trying to run Crisis in 2026.
Valerie, that sort of thing can get really, really complicated really, really quickly. Because every time you answer one question, 4 more questions come up. Exactly like you said. Oh, what do the insurance issues of a synthetic intelligent life form look like if it has rights and responsibilities and can operate a car? Well, that's complicated, isn't it? Where does the divide between it being an object and it being a sentient life form come into play? It's a tough subject.
Alright, Dark sent me one. Yeah.
Anywho, we're gonna go ahead and move on. I hope that helps you out though a little bit, Foxy.
Deep breaths. We're not mean. You've listened to us. We're just chatting. We're just here to help. That's all.
We're just here to give friendly, helpful feedback. We are Not gonna tear you apart, I promise. This is for your guys' benefit.
It's beautiful formatting.
Alright. I once spent a night in a barren field, presence poised like solid steel, and eyes that seemed to never yield. He said, once I sought to feel the gratitude for those I shield, yet all that spoke were empty praises by soulless snakes, mocking the hand that kept, spat upon the blade that relentlessly raises. Thus hatred spilled, a wolf come unbound, and justice sought for those that wept. Now all that remained was a horrid hound, whose name would echo the slaughter of fire. He will never know love, for his name was crowned, a tragic night of never-ending ire. I don't like poetry. I'm going to say straight up I don't like poetry. But that was very good. So, nicely done. So, what do you think? Asked Herman, still holding the pen he used to write the poem. It's probably one of my finest works so far. I think it needs more salt. I'm talking about the poem, Jacques, not the stew, Herman sneered. Yes, well, the stew has more to say with me than that poem of yours, Jacques remarked, his words backed by an empty gut. And pass the salt. It's the jar on the shelf behind you. Herman let out a sigh before closing his journal. He turned, reaching for the jar,
It's been
still
a year
muttering
to
that
the
Jacques
day,
would probably deem as
and I'm very happy
deeming
to
be
have gotten to
nonsensical
spend time
blabbering.
here.
Thank you so much.
You hand.
Thank
It's
you,
been
Han.
a year to the day,
Outside the station,
and I'm very
crowds
happy
formed
to have
around
gotten
the
to
gates,
spend
with patrol
time here.
officers watching over as the human blob gets bigger for each morning that passes. Each one cried differently. One sought reform, another sought justice, another and then another, like a motley crew of complaints and grievances. Pay them no mind, said Jacques, stirring the ladle on the stew. These lot, they come and go as they please. It's honestly better for us this way, since we wouldn't have to go outside due to the mess they're making. Is it truly fine? They've been here for a week now. Yes, a week, a month, doesn't matter. We still get paid, don't we? I suppose so. Herman watched from above as the crowd kept yelling, then averting his gaze to Jacques, now sitting on the table with a bowl in hand. Good. The gendarmerie will come today to deal with them. For now, we just have to sit tight and enjoy a hot stew on a cold day. He broke a loaf of bread, intending to share the half with Herman, who promptly declined. Well, suit yourself then. Herman returned to his seat, yet even then he could not help but turn his gaze on the window. More officers rallied against Chief Courtelin's call, and the growing crowd seemed to only get rowdier. Everything's starting to feel off. No, it felt off from the start. Herman! Hey, Herman! Shouted Jacques. He'd already eaten his fill. Don't go nodding off by yourself, your stew's getting cold. Thank you, are you still worried? Hurry up and finish your meal already. The look on your face is starting to piss me off, he retorted. But Herman knew it well. Jacques is no less uneasy about this situation than he was. Okay, I'll do that. How about you tell me that poem instead? We've got all the time, and I'm already quite crash. What was that? Yelled Herman, turning to the now shattered window. A rock, no bigger than a knuckle, lies beside the fallen shards. This isn't the first time it happened, said Jacques. The guardhouse window's yet to be fixed. Jacques? What? I told you, it's nothing new. Outside, look. Herman's eyes were glued at the sight, and Jacques followed suit. What was a protest escalated to a full-blown riot, with the officers trying their best to hold the gates closed. Outside was the clamor of an angry mob, now throwing stones and bottles inside the courtyard. Sitting by the guardhouse was Chef Courtelin, being assisted by 2 other officers. Let's head down, said Jacques. They need our help. In the courtyard, the yelling was even louder. Officers, now with their batons out, are shouting for the crowd to calm down to no avail. Stones were being thrown, only to be deflected by improvised riot shields and kettle helms. Jacques and Herman approached the chief, and they see his shaven head now bloodied and bruised. He was hit by a rock on his forehead, remarked one of the officers. It stings, doesn't it, Chief? Replied Jacques jokingly. The chief, frowning, turned his attention to the two. Shut up, Corporal. Go see the gates. Go see the gates. They need another hand. Sir, Jacques saluted swiftly, then ran to the gates. Should we bring you inside, sir? No, I'll stay here with the rest of the lot. They've become rather bold now, that crowd, he said, now wiping the blood on his head with a towel. Marjorie Elaine, was it? She's one of the people leading that mob outside. Luckily, Private Biscoe managed to pull her in during the struggle earlier, so see to it that she's cuffed, Corporal. Understood. As Herman walked over, he noticed Private Biscoe seemingly arguing with the lady suspect. Tall and fair-skinned with golden locks, the least possible candidate that could lead a riot. She held a satchel in her hand tightly, and it seemed that Private Biscoe wasn't keen on settling the problem with force. Sir, saluted the private, then turning his head towards the lady. She's refusing to give me her satchel, sir. No, not now. Please, let me go. Please, she cried. Her hands held the satchel even tighter. Miss Marjorie, we'll have to detain you for the moment. I'm afraid keeping your satchel with you isn't possible. No, she yelled, before screaming a wave of insults at the two officers. Princess with a foul mouth, thought Herman. For someone so outwardly elegant, she seems to have been raised by the slums. Nevertheless, this farce cannot go on for much longer. Private Biscoe. Herman looked at the man and he acted with haste. The struggle was short-lived, but in the end, the private pried the satchel off of the lady, who loudly cried of injustice. The satchel felt rather heavy in Herman's hands. Could it be? No, don't open it, cried Marjorie as she tried to break free of her restraints. As the bag spilled its contents, it was not what Herman had in mind. It was no improvised device, nor firearm, but sheets of bound paper and photos attached to envelopes. Herman picks one up off the ground. In a typed letter, he reads, 21st of... do not know how to pronounce this. Carge. 06. Professor Marjorie Elaine. 7th Balmillan. Street Barkel. My dear Otto, I fear the worst is soon to come. Time will only tell, but from what I've seen, none of us will escape this tide. It won't be just us, the ones under their heel, that will burn for their faults. But the world as it is will be engulfed in flames. I can only pray that this letter finds you early, and that this letter would speak to the heart of the prince. Attached, I hope, are documents and photos I have obtained from my time here in Barkel. All I ask is for you to stay safe. I will try to come home in due time. Love, Marjorie. Fastened behind the letter was a photo. Though black and white, it only took a symbol for Herman to understand what it was. The gaze of a two-headed snake, whose heart lay bare and open, coat of arms sewn upon the coats of the Gendarmerie Nationale. Under them lay corpses, faces unrecognizable from the brutality that was dealt. Followed were other photos of execution sites and mass graves, discreetly dug up by this very same lady he detained. Herman's ears rang silent. Nothing made sense. Can't be. A trick, right? It must be a trick. As thoughts raced through Herman's mind, the sound of marching approached from the east. Then the trumpets of the militia, then the Gendarmerie Nationale. At last they've arrived, said the chief, who looked to be glad that they did. The mob outside the gates, though intimidated by their presence, held fast. The officers inside sighed with relief, thinking that the riot was finally contained. It's starting, muttered Marjorie, now sobbing in tears. What? What was starting? The bells rang as the clock struck 6, and the sun started to settle. A line was formed by the Gendarmerie. I cannot pronounce this correctly. My apologies. Gendarmerie. Facing an angry crowd who refused to disperse. There is no negotiation. No, one must leave or face the consequences. Everyone was silent. The officers, initially joyous, grew even more distressed at the scene. No words were exchanged, only the ringing of the bells and the distant crying of Marjorie Elaine, now escorted inside by the private. Even the chief started to sweat. There, Herman remembered. He scrambled to find something amongst the letters, something he carelessly dismissed as unimportant. Then he found it, the very first of the photos. The 16th of Carge. One that showed bodies yet again, but this time it was the Gendarmerie that lay dead on the grass. Above them stood the very people found dead in the next photo. That's when it hit Herman. They were not here to silence the riot. They were here to quell it. Make ready. The people cried with fear and panic, frantically seeking any sort of cover. The darkness had already come, and the sun had already fled. The rifles were raised, soon pointed, and blood will soon fill the streets of Barkel. Present! The bells had long stopped ringing, and the police would stare in shock. The brave and the willing take their final stand, like martyrs to a greater cause, only to be lost in history to a greater conflagration. Like a powder keg, it would blow the entirety of the continent into decades of blood and turmoil, until the world could bear it no longer. The first spark to light the wick, the beginning of the end. Fire. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna scroll back up. So like I said before, the poem you read at the very beginning is very fun. I very much like it, and I am not a fan of poetry. So, very, very well done there. At first, when you opened up, I thought Herman and Jacques were just cooks. Like, they just worked at a diner or a restaurant or something like that. And then it came to me that they are actually part of this police force. Correct me if I'm wrong, because that's how it comes off to me. You have some of the similar problems that a lot of the other stories have had so far, that you switch tenses a little bit. It looks like you are trying to write in past tense, so just try to keep an eye on that. Kat already wrote some feedback in here about that tense swapping. Let's see real quick here. Lay and lie are very easy to mess up. Real quick here, actually, I've got a little handy dandy sheet I like to use whenever I'm writing, because I mess it up sometimes as well. Everybody does. Anybody who says they don't is lying. So, let's see. I don't know if it's actually showing up on stream.
No, because it's my computer.
Okay. It's just your computer right now. Okay. I will actually just leave it in the writing general section so that you can see what I'm talking about. But I like to use this for lay and lie. There you go. So there's that. But overall, though, I got a little confused for a moment with the letters. It sounds like he put two and two together, and he realized that as soon as this group of people was approaching, they would just basically be slaughtered. There was no like getting it under control and breaking up the group. No, it was about gunning them down. So, but with the way you phrase the ending, especially like a powder keg, it would blow the entirety of the continent into decades of blood and turmoil until the world could bear it no longer. This comes off to me more like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it comes off to me like somebody's almost reciting this from a history book. Maybe what's the word I want to use? The testimonial of somebody who lived through this is being read from a textbook, essentially, is how it comes off to me, which I think is very powerful, because it basically says in so many words, it would be. So this is going to happen. It's going to transpire regardless of how the reader or anybody else feels about it. Overall, I liked it. That's pretty much the feedback I've got right now. We'll see what Kat has to say.
So I felt like the opening was really, really powerful, and I loved the poem. I love that the poem is foreshadowing for everything that happens. I think that the back and forth between Herman and Jacques was fantastic. I thought it was very, very real. And they felt like real people having a conversation. I'm also with Rye. I felt like Herman, who said, I think it needs more salt. Jack, yeah, so when Jack said, I think it needs more salt, I thought Herman was actually like a cook in a tavern or a bar or something, and not actually a soldier. So that confused me a little bit until they got called out. And then I got stuck on the second part with the letters and why, like how Herman came to the conclusion that they were suddenly going to be killing everybody. It's hard to say like what more I would have needed to be told that, but it kind of flew over my head. And then, like Rye said, the ending comes out more like a textbook, or like somebody is reading from a textbook. So suddenly we're not really in Herman's point of view anymore. Now is this like a prologue? Are you setting this up as a prologue? It's a short story made for the starting event of a 40-year war in a world I'm building simulator. Okay, so this is like a short story building up to it. So like as a prologue or a short story that starts it, I think that this works. But yeah, I think this is probably the section that could use a little bit more, just to how Herman read these letters and then came to this conclusion that everyone's going to die. Because I reread the letter like 2 or 3 times, and like what he found in the photographs, and the connection just seems, I don't know, too much like he's getting it all at once and he's not. Yeah, presumptive, that's a good word. Like he's presuming that this is exactly what's going to happen right now with this specific riot. But otherwise, it's beautifully written. There's very few mistakes. The tense swapping, I made some of the edits here, and then I think it should be Lay, based off of Rye's little chart that I always have to check, because even when he got there, I'm like, oh, it's the time of day where I have to check between Lay and Lie. I would just get rid of he reads, that way it doesn't confuse your tenses. And then I fixed a couple little like punctuation things because they were so tiny that I figured I'll just clean it up. This should probably be who wept. Yeah. That's a mistake I make all of the time. That and who. Like, if it's a person, it should be who. Otherwise, this is great. I really enjoyed it. Ryan did a great narration. It's written really, really well. You did a wonderful job. Did you have any other questions or any other, like, specific feedback you'd like us to give? Also, hi Sean on YouTube. It's good to see you. Yeah, I like the poem. I like the poem a lot. Like I said, I like that it foreshadows like what's coming. Yeah, when I read it out loud, I'm like, oh, this is cool. This is harrowing, and I see what's going to come, which is really, really neat. I also am not great at writing poetry, but I enjoy reading it, and I think you nailed it. Yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you for submitting. I'm glad we could read your work.
Assist. To go back a little bit, I think you did a fantastic job. This is really good. This is really, really good work. I think with just a little bit of cleanup, it'll be fantastic.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It was really wonderful to listen to and read through, and you did a great freaking job. Also, just to say too, for everyone who's hanging out with us, this is the kind of stuff that Ryan and I do work for, like with freelance work. So we have days where we will go through and do like full scale edits and charge by the hour, or on stream, or we can do like editing, like deep editing where we're doing all developmental character, punctuation, grammar, the whole 9 yards. So we wanted to take a day and help you guys out as we could. Oh, cool, Dark. Thank you. If any of our advice is helpful and you find that you have benefited from our feedback and you would like to leave us a tip, we have a Ko-fi, and we don't use it on Ko-fi anymore. We use it on tea. I wonder if it still says wine. Buy a coffee. No, it just says coffee. Okay. No, it's the tea fund now. But not necessary, no obligation. Tips are very appreciated. And we are happy to be able to help out our community. So thank you guys for submitting your stuff. Thank you, thank you. for non-alcoholic wine and herbal tea. Is this fun now? Yeah, exactly. I think you can change it, but you have to like, you have to have a monthly subscription or something with Ko-fi, and that's silly. So I can just say coffee. I don't care. It is going to fuel us in the ways that we can be fueled, in what is allowed for my poor stomach. All right, we're doing good. We've gone through a lot so far. Oh, that's great to hear, Terma. Thank you. It's fun to do these on stream and really appreciate people who submit them on stream because you can learn like from anyone's stories. Like a lot of our feedback is going to be universal with certain things. So there's lots of good takeaways.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you might be listening to us read somebody's story and then you go back and take a look at your story and be like, oh, I have some of the same issues. So we like to think that, you know, all the general feedback can be useful to anybody who's listening, not necessarily just because we were critiquing your story or giving you feedback personally. All the information here is meant to be useful.
Oh, thank you. We are trying hard on the narration. We want to bring your story to life and make it sound fun. As fun as we can. What? Oh! Surprise Pikachu face. Yes, reading aloud can help you detect issues really well. Like if it sounds kind of strange, then it's good to clean that up. You could also use like I think Microsoft Word has like a read aloud, and Google probably does too.
That was actually something that made it very easy to point out with Chaotic Story, because I found I was stumbling over the sentences quite a bit because I was expecting more slang or more contractions where they did not exist. So exactly like Vikander said, if you read the story aloud, sometimes you'll just catch things that don't sound or feel correct. You may catch a lot more mistakes that way. So you should absolutely read your stuff aloud when you're able.
And if you find yourself adding words or taking words out while you're reading aloud, they should probably be added or taken out. Oh, my mic turned off. Did that come through? Okay. If you're reading words aloud and you like start adding words or taking words out, then it's good to probably fix that in the story. Wifey, hello! It's so good to see you. I've missed you. Wifey, would you like us to read anything of yours? Sahir is at 397 followers. She's gonna be 400 in the next couple days. I'm so excited! Thank you for Candace. I don't know why I didn't pop. Thank you. Try to read it mentally since I usually do stuff on commute, but I'll do that a lot more verbally at home. Good, yeah. Wifey is shy and knows it's hot trash. It's good. It is not hot trash.
If it's any consolation too, Dark Master, that's the best way I think. I usually mumble and talk to myself a lot because it helps me concentrate better.
Oh my god, hang on. I'm so sorry that this throne thing did not pop up. Hang on. Who was this? Who did this? From Minotaur Farms. Let the milk flow. Thank you so much. Oh my god, we get a milk steamer. We can make the lattes now. The Rivos lattes.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited. Thank you so much, Minotaur Farms, whoever you are.
Oh my gosh. We had these lattes like up north that they made with Rivos tea, and they were the best, like the freaking best. I'm like, we need to make these at home. At least then we can fake having lattes. I talk to myself because I'm loco. You're not crazy. Rai also talks to himself a lot. I actually had to get used to that. I don't even mumble. I just read it with robotic narrator inside my head. So you have like a robot narrator? You don't have a voice? Like, I have voices that, for depending on the character, I can hear. A massive win for the non-competition. That's a huge win. This is so exciting. Oh my god, we're gonna have so many lattes. We're gonna get oat milk and make oat milk lattes
every single day.
Yes,
I
yes,
am
yes.
excited. Thank you.
I thought the Minotaur farm had all male Minotaurs, so what's the milk? Oh no!
Oh god. Oh no, oh god.
Apparently that could get frothed and milky too. Oh, did you read the book? Minotaur farms.
Oh my god, no. No, no.
It's fine. I don't care. I'm just excited to get my lattes, whatever that means. I can feel like a real human being again with my little latte.
Hi, Sneaky.
Hello, Sneaky. Did you combine down anything for us to read, honey? Have you considered the extra protein? Oh! Yeah. There are many benefits to being a Minotaur rancher. The voices, dude, the voices. Next shipment's gonna be 4 crates of unpasteurized Minotaur Malacca. You can DM it to me or Rai, either way. We will send it to each other. Sneaky's got a story, let's go. While you're sending it, I'm gonna go ahead and give you burbs and run another ad so we can keep the pre-rolls off.
Yeah, I'd like to heat up a bagel anyway.
Oh yeah, we got bagels! Thank you for the hydrate. Look, if you've read Encourager Stories, we know how Lynx writes Minotaurs, and it's not like that book at all. I write them the correct way. We just need Google Docs, pretty please. And Sneaky, I need access. It's not giving, you have to go in and allow me. I guess it depends on how you feel about Minotaur's Dark. Okay, Candace, no problem. And no worries, I got it now, Sneaky. Hello, Vincent. Hi, sweetheart. I have been doing okay, thank you. How are you, honey? I'm better now that we're getting Minotaur milk. Okay, Terma, drive safe, please. Vale, are you in our Discord? Because I could also pull up Microsoft Word documents. It just has to be under 2,000 words. We've never said a word about Minotaur cheese. Like, I can't process cheese at home. That's too much work. Maybe that's part of the ranch life. Okay. As long as you're over 18, we have a really cool Discord community. Because our stories are 18 and over. So feel free to hop in there, and then I will DM you, and you can send me a Microsoft Word document. Okay, no problem. Minotaur yogurt. Oh, good, my probiotics. All the Minotaur dairy products we can make. We'll make a fortune, guys. This is really the industry we would have gone or should have gone into. Oh, Jack, you're getting good stuff. Yoi, an email. Okay, Val. No, yogurt, not yoga. Did they even do yoga? They have such like low, short legs and really big arms. I feel like that would be super difficult. Oh, yay, Vincent! You're working on it day and night. Still keeping your sanity. That's good. I'm proud of you. In a few months I should be done. I would like to have you look. I would love to look over it again. Thank you for always thinking of me. You are so sweet. Thank you, thank you. How do Minotaurs balance their yoga with hooves for feet? That's what I'm saying! They're so, like, top heavy and then they're standing on hooves. How are you gonna do like a downward dog that way? And then their horns would get stuck in the ground. Like, could you imagine? I miss paint. Alright, so they have like a big triangular form this way and then like the tiniest legs this way. So like their little hooves would be like hanging off of the ground. And then their horns would be like stuck. and then like big muscle meaty arms. So they would kind of be doing like a handstand, I think. In this yoga pose. There's a little tail. This is why I pay artists to draw things. See, I could see them sitting in lotus. That's fine. Actually, I think I put one sitting like cross-legged. He's got like the beefy. That way he can like, you know, pet his cat girl or whatever. Can they do a triple somersault? And if they can, how bad would the damage be? Probably Monster Hunter level damage where he's like missing his horns. Maybe broken arm and some like claws off. The hoof would maybe still be intact. I think the hoof would be fine. Because like, he's not a minotaur, but we've got Belial on the cover for volume 6, and he's got like goat legs and he's sitting sort of cross-legged. Maybe he has bigger legs than a minotaur. Yeah. GVS gave him some pretty powerful legs. I'm down for that. I think they'll stop on the ground by the second spin since their horns would pierce in the dirt and suspend them like hanging fish. That's what I'm talking about. Like, their horns would be so broken. They better be doing it over like sand, or else the horn is just gonna get stuck and it's gonna snap. I'm waiting on right here, may as well get this ready. Thank you for waiting. Or I toast his bagel. Oh, mechanical keyboards are the best. I switched to one when I started doing freelance writing and like have never looked back. It's so good on your fingers. It is a big adjustment though. What kind of switches? Like cherry reds, the action taunts, yeah, they're very, very sensitive. But that's a good thing, because that means you don't have to fight it. Had the luck of owning a very clickety mechanical keyboard. Don't use this brain on a library. Rai had to switch out his keyboard this year, because oh my god, it was like he was typing on a machine gun. It was so loud, and you can hear it all the way across the room on stream. It's just so bad. Yeah, it was hurting his fingers. So they're a lot softer. I have a typewriter, and my god, you have to fight it. Like, you have to hit the keys so hard to make it actually write anything. Writers on typewriters had to have like the most muscled fingers of all time. Sneaky, what kind of keyboard do you have? Yeah, I grew up playing on a lot of typewriters, and then they had like the original computers with DOS on them at school. You had to navigate through DOS to load anything. I have to be careful not to actuate anything with my fat hands. Fat fingering is very real. Oh, no problem, Terma. Take your time. HyperX. I think I had a HyperX keyboard a long time ago. Yeah, I get paid. Speaking of Minotaurs, I totally forgot. Rock is working on a cover for the Everyone's a Cat Girl books 1 and 2 with Matt and a Minotaur. It's very like Conan Barbarian vibes, and I'm super digging it. Right? It looks so good so far. I'll put Nearlia up here. Yeah! It looks killer. I'm really hoping, like, once we get them into print, that it'll help the guys stop running away at cons. And they'll be like, wow, what's this book? Who's that cool dude? Since cute girls are bad. It's because no one can stop the inevitability of accidentally typing a random letter and throwing out the whole document. They made typewriters, though, that could go back and white out the letter, and then you could type over it. Aww, kittens. Pet the kittens. That's adorable. Drive safe, Terma. Matt X Minotaur. Yeah, we would. Never. Why would you do that to Matt? You're gonna do that to anyone. Do it to Tristan. Don't make me write Matt Yowie. Worth the sneeze. I understand that. Cat allergies are real. This Minotaur has pretty powerful fucking legs too. Maybe they have better legs than I thought. I remember my uncle actually was a lawyer for a long time, and he had typewriters in his office, so I always could go in his office and play on one of the typewriters and write stories. I have one, and on the last page it just says the end like 20 times, which I'm sure I thought looked really cool when I was younger, but now it just looks like a horror film page. This is something you would find in like an abandoned house with blood all over it. The end, the end, the end. Don't cats already have the entire world in the palms of their little paws? Everyone loves cats. I see them everywhere. That's why we picked cat girls. They have the whole world in their paws. Put birds back up while we're chilling. Oh, your art, your art. I'm looking for DoubleBlind fan art. Oh my god, that came out so good. What?
Want to taste something incredible?
Yeah. Bagel. What'd you put on it?
Mozzarella cheese.
That's fantastic. Look at the art. This is so good. Jack and you are amazing. This came out so freaking good. Hi Val, how are you? Little Buttons has his own little hat. Oh, that's so cute. I love how she did Raven's swimsuit. Super sexy. Yeah, Buttons' little hat. Yeah, in the art we have like from Mound for 1800 years ago, she's got a sun hat like that. Mm-hmm. The boy's looking hot too. Been sick all week, but can't keep putting off work, so here we are. Aw, I'm sorry you've been sick. That sucks. Your cannolis looking bomb.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah. This is nice. Right? Tristan and Ara are so cute. Oh, I love everything about this. Saris is so excited with her little inner tube. Ocean! Yeah, the under boob is magnificent on both Kiki and Cannoli. I must save. Oh, that was nice of you to get a pale Kiki version for Joe. That was really, really nice of you. Joe will be very happy. Was it the sun that blinded me or something else? Probably the rest of the cat girls. That swimsuit like barely holding on to Raven's boobs. It's working hard. Alright, so next we've got Sneaky. Yeah, you can hear. Okay. Oh, and Val, since we're doing an 8-hour stream today, we are currently reading, community work, and giving our feedback. Just for fun. There were 8 moons, but it was the middle of the day. It was so bright. That's just Sneakies. Ready? Okay. Modic Intervention, Chapter 1. Mattias Cornwall, Matt to his friends, was having a really bad day. Retiring from military life was bad enough. It was tough finding a job. The GI Bill wasn't all it was cracked up to be, and the VI refused to acknowledge anything which might cause them to have to actually do anything. One of his buddies had invited him to a hell of a party. From there, things blurred. Can I zoom in? Let me just do this. There we go. A headache pounded in his skull, his vision still blurred, and his mouth tasted like he'd somehow managed to chug a full ashtray. But the worst part was he didn't seem to be resting on a bed, which was hella uncomfortable. Finally, deciding to try and get up and find something to deal with the headache, he pushed himself up and tried to focus his eyes. Yes! Yes! Arise, fell demon from the nether realms! Arise! Someone was getting their campy roleplay on, and it was somebody nearby. He gave points for their enthusiasm, but immediately deducted all the points for making his headache worse. He wiped his eyes and finally got a decent look around. Then he blinked again. Not only was he not in the house the party was at, he wasn't even in a building. He was in a cramped cave, and standing before him was some dude with robes and a book. His brown hair was leaking out from his Ren Fair hat in tangled strands, his beard was scraggly, and he was holding up the book as though he were a Bible thumper. Oh, and he was small. Like, Matt was nearly 6 foot, pretty decent size, which meant the guy in front of him didn't quite hit the 5-foot mark. He looked fully adult, just like a normal dude, except shrunk down. It wasn't like dwarfism where the body proportions were off. No, he was just small. Oh, and there were the ears. Those were definitely not human ears. They weren't even Spock-sized ears. Those were full-on anime elf-sized ears, at least on him. There was something off about his eyes and his whole face shape as well, but his brain just wasn't up to processing the fine details just yet. Then Matt looked down and saw that he was in some sort of fantasy circular seal or something, like straight out of anime, and it was glowing in a way that only something powered should be able to glow. So unless he'd somehow cracked open a dozen light sticks to draw the design, there was definitely something odd going on. Belatedly, he realized that the diminutive fellow was referring to him as a demon. Upon realizing this, he briefly gave himself a pat down and as good a visual inspection as he could manage. Skin tone was normal, no horns or wings or tail. Nope, not a demon, just a human. He also realized that he was fully nude. Not that this was a huge thing. You got very comfortable with nudity when the alarm went off and everyone in the barracks had to scramble, but it definitely was a thing. Matt was pretty sure he was either hallucinating or dreaming. The details of the evening before were blurry. It was entirely possible someone he had expanded his horizons and he was still tripping balls. Much more likely than some bullshit isekai scenario. With this in mind, he had 2 options. He could either try to play it serious and figure out what the hell was going on, or he could lean into the bit and have some fun. And he hadn't had a whole lot of fun lately. If he was tripping, at least he could enjoy it. And hell, video of him chewing the scenes as a villain was not even remotely close to the most embarrassing thing that had ever happened to him. He stood to his full height, nearly hitting the ceiling of the cave in the process, and let out a good old-fashioned booming villain laugh. Yes, it is I, he intoned, because clearly referring to yourself in the second person is the most campy and extra thing possible. Why have you summoned me, mortal? He crossed his arms in the classic genie pose, which incidentally put his junk closer to the dude's face than he would normally be comfortable with, but screw it, the bit was worth it. For the safety of the kingdom, the little elf, screw it, calling him an elf until proven otherwise, was taking his part seriously. Really? Most people summon demons to destroy kingdoms, not save them. Matt leaned down to loom over the fellow, a little from within the seal. Are you sure of your motives? The elf was caught off guard and stepped back a half pace, clutching his book tightly. Well, you see, the queen has advisors that do not have the kingdom's interests at heart. Rather, they have their own interests and are misleading the queen into tragedy. of these notable advisors are members of the church who seek to manipulate her into being the secular puppet. So when logic fails and the goddess remains silent, what other choice is there? Inwardly, Matt was cackling. Oh, this was just too perfect. The classic, I am only doing evil in the source of good shtick, with the whole corrupted church vibe attached. Briefly, he pondered what archetype he wanted to emulate. He didn't necessarily want to be evil for the evils. There were some things he just wasn't comfortable with. He was just not comfortable with, but he had seen horrors and atrocities aplenty in his service that he refused to participate in. But he still wanted to remain in character. Puzzling this over, his response was nearly automatic. And what do you want me to do about it? Kick over a few churches? Topple the regime? Set yourself up as the new wise and benevolent king, perhaps? Put the kingdom on a glorious path under your wise leadership? Matt was pondering the various archetypes to pick from, hoping the response would inform him which one would best suit the scenario. What? No! I wish no harm to the queen, nor do I desire the crown for myself. While the church's leadership has grown corrupt and venal, there are still many who do the goddess's work honestly. The fellow suddenly got very defensive, as though he'd struck a nerve. Oh ho, sounds like someone has thought about it though. Thought about it though. Or perhaps that was the excuse they used to remove you from your stewardship. Yeah, looking at the guy, he didn't have an athletic build, which in a medieval fantasy society meant some sort of court tag-along. He seemed the steward or more major domo type. Granted, Matt was just fishing, but it seemed likely. It's not like any of this was real after all. False and base accusations designed to remove any opposing voices on the Queen's Council. Lies and slander. I served the Queen faithfully and still do. Oh yeah, he'd hit the mark with that one. The little fellow was stamping around. Clearly, he'd hit a sore spot. By summoning a greater demon from the nether realms into her domain, Matt remarked with a dry tone to his voice, with a perfectly arched brow to accompany it. He was really digging the idea of playing the suave and manipulative demon. You know, the whole, it is not by my hand I was summoned vibe. It tended to focus less on the slaughter of innocents and more on the corruption of noble virtue, and these guys seemed really stuck up and in need of some venue to blow off steam. Wasn't that the origin of the whole "the devil made me do it" excuse to begin with, to blow off steam without taking the blame for it? To do what needs to be done, no matter the cost. That phrase had a sour note in Matt's mind. He'd heard it, and permutations of the idea, way too often for him to be comfortable with it. He needed to put some brakes on this crazy train, but also needed to do so in character. Quickly, he hit up a solution. A broad grin split his face as he glared down at the figure before him. And what, precisely, needs to be done? Clearly, you wish to overthrow the Queen's Council and deal with the corruption infesting the Church's leadership. These are not tasks suitable for a demon. I am corruption incarnate, mortal. I do not prevent corruption, I cause it. You have gone through considerable effort to summon me. What specifically do you wish me to do? Matt wanted something to throw back in this guy's face later, but also was genuinely curious what he thought a demon could do to help his stated goals. Something didn't add up here. This guy's still holding something back. Key individuals will eventually need to be removed. However, it has to happen without involving the Queen directly. Individuals who are quite powerful and with many guards, but that is long term. In the immediate, there is a more pressing issue. The Church's advisors to the Queen have assured her that the Queen is capable of defending the citizens of the realm and that she can draw down her military forces and save funds. This is, of course, untrue. And, as a result, bandits run rampant with little to check them. If they will not fear divine retribution, then perhaps we can still in them a fear of what else lurks in the dark. The little fellow tried a maniacal grin, but it came off with more chihuahua energy than proper ability. You mean to tell me that you have summoned me, a greater demon, to deal with mere bandits? Why not take care of them yourself? The skill and determination it would take to summon the likes of me indicates a certain degree of mastery of the arcane, which could just as easily be put to wiping out any pathetic band of bandits you may encounter. Assassination of key figures I can at least understand, but how long am I to be stuck in this miserable place before I can fulfill the task? That was a bit concerned. This guy had long-term goals, which took time. Either his subconscious was trying to tell him something, or it was all going to fade away in the morning anyway. I could, yes. Yet, were bandits to be seen scorched or burned, the cause would be readily apparent. Yet, when others come across bandits obliterated by a force they cannot comprehend, what else other than fear would result? Magic is a force that is known, but you are a force as yet unknown, perhaps unknowable even. It also lends a measure of plausible deniability. I am the only mage powerful enough to strike down a group of bandits in the area. Doing so would immediately mark me a target for those who would oppress. While those felled by your might would not necessarily lead back to me, I am not, after all, noted for my summoning abilities. There is a hint of smugness to the tone of his voice as he spoke, as though he were proud of himself for his cleverness. Very well, I have little choice anyway, as you have summoned me here, but mark my words, mortal, you are the one who summoned me. You are, then, directly responsible for my presence and thus my actions. Every life I take rests on your head. The blood I shed will stain your hands. Every innocent I corrupt will weigh upon your soul. You have unleashed a force upon your world that you do not understand, and everything that follows is all your fault. If things do not turn out as you had planned, you will know, deep down inside, that you have only yourself to blame. Mark was quietly pleased with himself. Matt? The fellow seemed like the sort who wanted to try and keep their heads clean, so laying the blame squarely on him ought to minimize atrocities, all while staying in character. This oddly deflated the summoner, perhaps striking a bit closer to home than he thought it would. I understand. If that is the price of restoring the queen to her rightful authority, I shoulder this burden willingly. The really odd thing was how that caused a feeling to well up inside Matt's chest. A warmth that had nothing to do with emotion, but more like taking a shot of something really strong without burning all the way down. Man, he must really be fucked up on something. He just hoped he didn't wake up in the ER or something. Alright. So, this is a fun premise of Matt being summoned to a world and thinking he's just totally tripping balls. I like it's done in a way that keeps me up to date with everything and like what he's thinking, and I like that. I think they like the summoner and Matt exposit a little too much at each other. Just like big paragraphs, like especially when you're summoning a demon, it's usually you have like an idea of what you're going to ask of them. So I feel like he may have just gone straight to, I need you to kill bandits immediately. I don't know if he would have gone into the giant explanation that he did, or if that's just like his character. But then Matt kind of does the same back with like larger chunks of thought. What are your thoughts, Ray?
Okay, so I got some thoughts. There was... Okay, so let me make sure I understood something real quick before. Okay. All right, so there were a couple of things that threw me off just slightly. First of all, I think this is hilarious. The fact that he's like going along with it, just humoring the guy, or at least he thinks he is really funny. I would make some tiny note towards the beginning that he is just going to humor him, even just like a little fleeting thought, like, may as well just humor the guy. Because he figures he's just... What's that?
Doesn't he?
Doesn't he what?
Say that he's just gonna humor him?
I think it comes like later on, because I was looking for it, and I wasn't sure if that was his intention or not. He mentions that he's off, but
yeah, he hadn't had a lot of fun. Like,
if he was tripping, he could at least enjoy it. If he was tripping, it kind of leaves it a little vague.
Okay.
That's just my interpretation of it. Also, Matt is very clearly a nerd, huge nerd, because he makes several references to anime and other
Castlevania.
Yeah, like Castlevania, Spock ears, stuff like that. So he's very clearly a nerd. So he's also a very brave, muscular nerd, to be going along with this the entire time when everybody in the party could be theoretically watching these two just have a dialogue.
And he's naked. Yeah,
and he's naked. So that did kind of detach me a little bit, because I feel like his priorities are a little... They're slightly off. I feel like there are just a few too many weird things happening to him that he's just kind of okay with all of it. It actually comes off to me like a hazing. I feel like he's not questioning enough things, that he's just kind of going along with too many things, too many coincidences, too many possibilities. If, for example, like if he was still clothed, okay, yeah, I can see him still going along with this. But the fact that he's naked means somebody undressed him, which is probably where his thoughts are gonna go. That's where his mindset's gonna be like, who the hell just undressed me? So even if you are used to it, like in the barracks, I would be wondering like, who the hell had the courage to do this? You know, where the hell are my clothes? I feel like that would actually pretty much fix most of it if he was still just in his clothes. But other than that, it's a little expository, but I don't have a ton of input. Like this is a super solid chapter for the most part.
Yeah, I'm cool with him being a stacked nerd because you say right at the beginning he was getting out of the military, and I know plenty of military people who are like super in shape and also extreme nerds. Yeah, I do agree that he is a little bit accepting, especially as time goes on. Like, they're very clearly speaking with one another. I'm assuming his vision is clear. He has a headache, but does the headache stay on? Is it still pounding in his head? Like, what is making him still believe that he is in a dream rather than like this is actually happening? Especially with how much they start talking and how in-depth this guy gets. Like, what is it that's still holding Matt onto, nah, man, I'm just going to wake up in the ER tomorrow. It's going to be fine. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm actually surprised that Matt still thinks that he is tripping when he is coming out perfectly eloquently. He's not slurring. There's no slang. He is speaking like he belongs to a court of demons or carries the tone of aristocracy. Like there's not a single bit of slurring in any of his speech whatsoever.
Especially when he really gets into like, this is going to be on you and you're going to hold all of these lives. Like he's really getting into it. And like I said, there's no slurring, there's no skipping, no stuttering. And even in my most vivid of dreams, like the conversations usually aren't super great and they're pretty short. So if he really is still believing that this is still him tripping or still him dreaming, like there needs to be something out of here that's making him think that way. I also agree, maybe give him pants. Like, that way.
Being without your clothes, no matter how comfortable you are with it, especially if he's at a party and he knows he went to a party, he's gonna think, oh God, you know, his mind could go in several different directions, like, oh shit, did I hook up with some girl, or did some asshole take all my clothes, or, you know, maybe one of the frat boys did something weird with me, or, you know, anything. Anybody who wakes up naked is gonna immediately think, oh shit, what the hell happened? So
yeah, even in boxers, like you could still have that thought but still be very confident in yourself. Yeah, like Ryan just said, it comes off more like a prank than like why am I naked? Way more things happen when you're naked. Yeah, it's a couple of chapters to realize that it's not a bad trip or a dream feels stretched to me, especially with how clear everything is and how well they're speaking and how eloquently both of them are speaking and how much information the summoner is giving him. I feel like if the summoner gave him less information, then it'd be a little bit more believable. Like I was saying, if the summoner was like, welcome demon, I need you to kill these bandits for my queen, and then they could still have that kind of back and forth a little bit. But for him to just immediately start dropping what's wrong with the kingdom seems, I don't know, a little much. Yeah, just like a vague memory or something to explain the nudity would be helpful, for sure. Also, I've never been in military, so I don't know how often you're running around nude. Terma, we get out that we lose the shape. I can vouch for that. People are usually tripping, especially medical drugs. People can think they're having full-on conversations. Even though, like, so he says that he would be experimenting and he's never tripped before. So this would be his assumption of what it's like to be tripping on drugs. Okay, not often, at least that I know of. So yeah, him being naked and like full on 100% okay with it feels a little off. Yeah, boxers I think would make more sense. I don't know many people who could get up in front of a stranger, even a dream, and like stand there naked and be very confident. Thank you for the hydrate. Field showers and initial processing. So yeah, not very much then. Otherwise, I like the nods to like Castlevania. I like all the nerdy stuff, the Spock ears. I like the prose. I think it's really funny. It's really well written. Yeah, a loincloth would actually be very funny because that's more in tune with this world. And that would add to his I'm definitely in a dream. I don't own a loincloth. So that would solve a couple of problems right there. I also added just a few little edits on the side too as I was going. You've done a wonderful job, Sneaky.
Yeah, this was fantastic. Well done. Yeah, I don't have a ton of input.
It was very fun to narrate. You don't own a loincloth? I mean, it's all the rage nowadays. I'll have to find myself one. In protest of the I have been teleported to a new world and immediately accepting of this with no hesitation. But he is transported and is immediately accepting.
He is immediately accepting, just not for the reasons he thinks he is. You could make the argument that because he thinks he's on drugs, he's not actually accepting any of this, he's just going along with it. And then later on, a couple chapters later, he's like, uh-oh, it's actually real. So there's some wiggle room there if I'm playing devil's advocate.
That's fair. He has a full-blown Tannic attack. Yeah, I see it. Well, you did a wonderful job, Sneaky. Did you have any questions or anything that you wanted, like, specific feedback on or thoughts? Yay! Okay, Dark. Be safe. See you in a bit. He basically got teleported to a world where 5 foot is considered tall, so he's comparatively a hulking monster and is alluded to the final bit. He does get demonic powers, but it takes some time to realize this. That's fun. I like this. This is a great opener. There's so many places you go with this. I love the demon take too. By a summoner who's like, but I want you to do good things, even though he summoned a frickin' demon. Alright, so we are still waiting on Hand and Draconic. The Draconic's got a few hours, and I'm not sure when Hand will be off of work. Was there anyone else in chat right now who wanted us to look over your stuff and give you feedback? Yeah, I picked that up from him saying, like, I don't usually do summons, or, like, I'm not adept at summoning. I figure this is his first time, first attempt, and he had no idea what he was going to get. He could have summoned something that killed him. That's okay, Terma.
No worries. We'll be here whenever you're ready. I do hope you'll show it to us when you are done.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much.
Welcome in.
Oh, it's Rieka. Hi, Rieka. I don't have anything you haven't seen before. No, but if you wanted feedback on stream, that's what we're here for today. Thank you for the stretch break. We are here to help. Oh, we would be happy to work with you, Terma. Hira is grateful for head pats. More followers, just 3 more, 3. I really enjoy editing. It's a different speed than writing. It uses like a different part of my brain. I'm back to trying to do something with Ender Onyx. I just started today though, so we'll see how this goes before anyone gets to look at it again. I wish you luck, and I hope that you can find a better, not even a resolution, just continuation, because I know you got really stuck. And I know you were so excited about the whole story at the beginning too, so I understand that when you hit a wall and it's just like, damn it. Your brain is not running on an old OS. Writing is all about practice. Practice, 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 and so is editing. No one goes into it and is immediately good at it. That's not how it works. Alright, so do we want to actually like do some writing sprints for a while and work on our stuff? Yeah? You doing okay? Okay, we'll keep the other 2 at the last one then, like the last 2 that we do feedback for. Does that sound good? So just hand you Draconic. Okay. The break has definitely helped. I've got a lot of new ideas, so I'm ready to dive back in. Worst case scenario, I'll work on the other 50 ideas I have. Try and focus on one and finish it. You can do it. Finish the thing.
Force yourself to finish it. It doesn't matter how many ideas you have. If you can't finish one idea, I would refrain. You'll learn so much more about yourself. You'll learn how you deal with difficult situations, writing blocks, plotting consistencies, loopholes, all kinds of things. You'll learn better how to deal with that stuff when it comes up if you just force your way through it. Just brute force it, even if it makes no damn sense. Because you're gonna have to come back around and edit it anyway. And when you come back around, you might sit there and go, in fact, I can almost most certainly say, you will sit there and say, oh, you know, I know ways I could improve this. This doesn't make sense. This character should be doing this. I can kill off this character. I can make this plot happen. And then things start to feel a little bit more smooth because you have a beginning and end point.
Guys making fun of me for the, which is my finest word I've ever written for chapter 18. I wanted to keep the formatting there with that. My formatting is usually to keep it. I usually do DFD, so there you go, instead of the, which is far more prolific.
Yeah, it's fun. Now it has.
You must wonder what DFD means. The SpongeBob, yeah, that's really what it is. I just need to make it like a drop cap. So it looks really good.
It is extremely easy to get overwhelmed by that many ideas. Take it from me, who regularly works on 5 to 10 commissions a week. That's 5 to 10 different stories I'm usually juggling, and it takes a lot of brain power. It's exhausting. So be nice to yourself. I think what you're doing is great. Focus on the 1 or 2 ideas, complete them, and if you're not happy with them, that's fine. You'll walk away from it having learned something.
I'm actually gonna take a break and make myself lunch.
Cool.
You need a break too? Okay, so we are gonna go take a short break and put on an ad, get that done. Do you guys want the birds and a writing timer, or do you want me to just go on like an intermission? What would you rather? Birds! You got the birds. Birds, birds. Birds, all the birds. Bids. All right, please enjoy the burbs, and we will be right back. We have returned. Hello, Pug. Hello, May. Hi, bye, Sky.
Hello, hello.
I should have turned the music up. I'm sorry, I forgot. My bad. Thank you. Thank you. I got to eat a bagel that Rye baked from Super Scratch. Has been working on like a sourdough starter, and he used some of the discard to make bagels, and they were so freaking good. They're so freaking good. We put butter and mozzarella cheese on them, and they were to die for. Sourdough bagel. So yummy.
Highly recommended. The sourdough starter has been a very intimate journey. I have named her Doris because the book said that I should try and build a relationship with my starter. It's been very successful thus far. Yeah, that's the cool part, is that I can legitimately just keep it there. As long as I feed it, it works. I don't have to actually put it away. Maybe I could make pretzels. That didn't occur to me.
Oh, that would be so cool. We could make cheese. We could do our own cheese. Oh, Polish starter, that's amazing. Welcome back, Sky. Why did you buy more fabric? You haven't finished the quilt yet.
Because he's a fool.
Sky needs to slow down. So I have Rise screen streaming too. So we've got my screen on the left in the black and Rise is in the white. You left the cat fabric at home and realized I had his cat curve, so it's fucked. Oh no. The Candace got Rye the sourdough starter kit as like a bouquet of flour, which was really sweet. And it came with everything you needed, which is really cool.
I've learned a lot about baking ever since, beginning this starter. I was worried that I would be wasting a lot of flour because I didn't realize that discard doesn't actually mean you have to get rid of it. It just means the stuff you take out of the jar so that it doesn't ferment too much. So then I throw it into another jar, and then I use that to create other baked goods. So as long as I keep this train going, and I continue to feed the jar filled with all of my germs, then I can continue to bake delicious goods.
The book it came with has a bunch of recipes for the discard in the back, so that's how he made the bagels. And then there's a recipe for waffles, so we're gonna make waffles. And I'm so stoked to have like home-baked bread stuff. And we use einkorn flour, so it's all super duper healthy.
Doris is the gift that keeps on giving right now.
Hello, Hand, welcome home. Sourdough starter kits, adult Tamagotchis. I don't know, he doesn't play games with it. He just feeds it and kind of pats it when we go to bed, so I guess sorta.
Well, what I'll do this evening is I'll put a little tic-tac-toe bracket in front of her, all right? And then maybe tomorrow morning she'll put a circle or an X in one of the brackets.
He named it because the book advised him to name her, so you build a relationship with it, and then that way you take care of it more often and don't forget about it.
Yeah, in fact, actually, she corrected me a few times when I said starter, and she's like, Doris? That's right, Doris. I'm sorry, Doris. And then I apologized to my little germs.
I have to correct him, she has a name. And are you ready for us to read your story, or do you want us to wait? What is, you can?
Just wanted to make sure that you were ready to go, because we want to make sure you can listen to all the feedback we give you. So if you're ready to go, then we're ready to go.
We read the story out loud, and then we will give advice. I just like reading my own writing, so I'll be chomping down on my tongue and forcing myself to focus. Hey, me too, but it's a good practice. I mean, we talked to Doris. She sits on our dinner table, so we come out there and chat. She's listening in.
She rises slightly when I talk to her.
Oh.
I don't see the problem here.
That's so great out of context. She rises slightly when I talk to her. Now I need a book involving a sentient sourdough starter. Every day I wait for him. I wait to hear his voice. I will rise
2
for
months
him.
later, he doesn't show up. Doris has had enough, and she strangled him that evening.
What was the sentence I just came back to? What are we talking about? A sourdough starter. Alright, hands fanfiction on Sahira, which is way cool. Let's do it. Rai's gonna read it. It's his turn. Hello, Janine. We are doing feedback for readers. So we are going to read a story and give feedback on it. Welcome in. Let us know what you're working on.
Alright, here we go. Aldrich catered to nobility. It was a university town. The sanctum was the beating heart of commerce and dominated the people. The money flowed from the noble children sent to study in the sanctum learning magic. The students paid for books and supplies, usually created elsewhere, but the merchants got a cut. Those merchants paid their workers and the importers. Those commoners in turn paid for goods and services. Everyone catered to the rich, the elite. But someone still had to sell food to the everyday folk. Merchants all sold fruits, veggies, eggs, whatever nearby towns were hoping to hawk. These were a small distance away from the sanctum, as some fools hoped the nobles would go for a lark, pretending to be poor, and buy peasant foods. No, they were able to get meals at their university made with spices, the finest selection of ingredients, and served in styles of the nobility. Henrik gritted his teeth as he carved into the poultry carcass. The one thing no noble would ever buy was raw meat. It would mean cooking it, and most of them had chefs and personal minions to do that task. He had to calm down. If he got too angry, it'd be impossible to follow the lines. Follow the lines. Down the spine with the knife. Follow the sternum. Drag the blade along the bone. 1, 2, 3 breasts salvaged. Snap off the wings. Cut the fibers. Follow the lines of breasts. Follow the lines of beasts. Follow the lines of beasts. Find the point where the line vanished and cut. 1 drumstick, 2, 3, 4. No noble would ever stoop to purchase the goods he cut, but that was okay. He could help his master make a small profit selling to his fellow commoners. The door opened, a flash of late noon sun blasting into the shop, forcing the youth to be cognizant of his surroundings again. His master, Bailaz, already greeted the man, a regular whose name escaped him. The shop was small, but it was enough for the throughput. They weren't a poor shop, but they were not comfortable. Bailaz couldn't work for the few months. Cost and taxes alone for the location would drive them both to destitution. That's enough, the master said as the last man left. Enough meat's cut. You followed the lines, but too much energy. Your cuts were too heavy, you damaged the stability of its spirit. Take it to the well, give it a final drink, then send it away. The apprentice bowed his head in acknowledgement. If he followed the lines, the spirit was safe. It would help the land heal from any scars and hold the realm stable. This is what Bylez said, though he was the only butcher that had followed the proper ways, he also said. A quirk of his nation of origin, maybe. It didn't matter. An apprentice obeyed his master. Henrik took the bones, already a difficult feat due to it being equal to the size of his chest, out the back of the shop. Past the pantry where excess was stored in his own sleeping area, next to his master, right beside the kitchen's oven. Out the back door and towards the well. It was a 2-minute walk, but a familiar one. The cobblestones were still maintained in this part of the city. Nobles sometimes drove through in carriages, and it'd be a bad look if they were even slightly inconvenienced. He dug through an alleyway and spotted the well. A mother carried a child on her back as she drew water, and would be for some time. No point in getting there early to talk. She'd ask why he was giving a corpse water, and he'd have to explain and be looked at like he was insane. The world went dark. Then he felt it. Sackcloth over his head, obscuring his vision as the rope pulled taut. Constriction around the throat. Airflow halted. Henrik threw an elbow, dropping the carcass while trying not to scream. The creature was behind him, elbow connected, pain, hard, metal, no scream, not enough air. Hands tried to claw at the rope, head was getting hot, pained, headache. Hands restrained, vision darkened, everything faded. Within 10 seconds, the young man passed into unconsciousness. Consciousness returned a minute later. Hands were fully tied behind his back, his mouth stuffed, his legs bound. He felt the man carrying him on his stomach, no doubt over his shoulder. The cloth sack was still present, but the rope was loosened enough to let him breathe. Adrenaline still thundered in his ears, telling him to do something, to act, to immediately attack. But he knew the proper ways of handling this. They would be expecting him to wake up, and no doubt knew he was up. If he attacked in this state, they would overpower him, easily. Focus first on breathing, on still breathing. Focus first on still breathing. Calm down. Let it wash away and focus instead on your internal self. His heartbeat slowed to acceptable levels, still elevated but acceptable. Next, determine location. Sight was gone. He couldn't feel the ground. Smell it. It smelled awful, like waste. They must be below the city and the sewers, another piece of infrastructure that catered to nobility. Waste was washed away, therein avoiding the bad smell from the sanctum and their guests. They covered the entire city except the sanctum. They had their own ways for getting rid of waste. People were unconscious for at most a couple of minutes. Any more and it was most likely they not wake up at all. Okay, he was below the city. The closest entrance was 20 seconds away. Likely more than that if they weren't rushing and being stealthy. Why was he being kidnapped? Wait, he wasn't moving. Internal sense of movement, he hadn't moved since shortly after he woke up. No swaying, no moving, no sounds or footsteps, no talking either. So were they arrived, or so had they arrived? Had they arrived? So had they arrived, or were they simply observing them? That's enough, came a familiar, older voice. He remembers. Let him go. His carrier let him down far more gently, placing him on his knees, before yanking off the head covering. Lantern light hit his face, blindingly bright. It took a handful of seconds for his eyes to adjust enough to open again, looking around. Sewers. He was correct, but no sight of the entrance and exit. They were further than he thought. Did they just run? His eyes focused back on the leader of the men. He wore a cloak that disguised most of his features and clothes, but the presence was unmistakable. The face was evident, old, wrinkled, and worn by sun and time. Scarred across his face, going from the middle of his right ear to his jaw at an angle. His eyes were cast in shadow, but Henrik knew that they would be cold and dispassionate, demanding of attention. Henrik lowered his head in subservience, saying nothing. He knew the protocol. You did well, the man said. His praise was layered with expectation. My men said you reacted first in attacking them before trying to free yourself. It was a good instinct, but what is the first rule? Survive at any cost, Henrik answered. Doubt formed in his head. He had no way to win, so what did he mean? Correct. A cane came from the cloak and tapped the prisoner's neck. Instead of clawing and letting panic rule, your one chance was playing dead. Claw and fall down and pretend to pass out. If they wished to kill you, you were doomed. Even if they did, they wouldn't waste time, and that would increase your chance of survival. It would hurt your knees and pride, but you'd live. Thank you for the lesson. Proper response. Good. Now you will tell me what you've learned in the city since you left our home. One of the men cut free the bindings that bound his wrists. Right. He gulped. 2 years of making a life, and now this. It was you. It was as you said it would be. Nobles from around the world flock here to learn. I have observed firsthand the way this city caters to them, its vulnerabilities, and how trusting the mages are. Henrik paused as if thinking. Many of the nobles are corrupt, allowed to perform heinous rituals, and the damage being swept under the rug. Commoners are ignored, and noble privilege is excess here. The old man stared down the youth. The cane once again came to rest under his chin, forcing Henrik's face to look up into his eyes. I told you to tell me what you've learned since you got to the city, not what I told you before you left. Each word was a twist of the knife in his heart. The man with the knife rested against his ankle tendon, slightly away from the rope. A punishment, should he fail the question again. Panic rose again, his heartbeat increasing. The world fell away except for the man who held his fate with a single word. I've learned the lines of meat, he started going with the familiar. Master Bialik taught me how to ensure the spirits of the dead would aid in protecting the city, only if given respect when cutting. The merchants speak of nobles of interest, such as Cyprus Rainer and Dimitri Centifanti. It will be easy to see which nobles flock to them if one looks for corruption and nepotism and excessive ability. Silence dominated the air more than the smell of taste. The weight of the elder's gaze felt crushing, but ultimately he nodded. The ropes around Henrik's legs were cut, freeing him completely. Good. The older man bid Henrik to rise with his hand. Master Bialik was a good choice. He teaches a philosophy similar to my own. However, he respects the dead. I respect the living. His free hand rose to stroke the scar. One more no. Or no's. Which lines to cut along? Yes. For living, that means ensuring that any infection, one must know, yeah. Ensuring any infection is removed. As such, you will be given a new lesson. He turned and started walking. Henrik heard the sounds of footsteps leaving the other direction. He had passed. He had finally passed. His body screamed, leg muscles pulled and cramped, but he rose, hurrying after the elder. They walked in silence for a minute until reaching a room that had been carved away from the sewer, into one of its walls. The door was wooden, with imagery of a snake wrapped around a stalk of some crop. How old was this door? It opened to reveal a simple room, a table, 2 chairs, nothing else. The elder sat in the nicer of the 2 chairs, waving for his student to sit in the other. He waited until the other was sitting before beginning his lesson. Do you know how 73% of all allegedly great mages die? He asked rhetorically. It's assassination. Every mage does their best to defend themselves. The older, the more careful and paranoid, but they still find themselves dying in the streets, over a bridge, or anything else. Why do you think that is? Because most mages don't wear armor? Henrik posited. Or perhaps because they're overconfident and don't wear protective charms. Incorrect, but expected. The elder's words were softer, almost scholarly. Gone was the harshness of interrogation. No, mages die because of the creativity of the non-magical. Nobles will wear armor in times of war, and they all wear protective charms. But let's have an assumption of how that works. Let's assume they wear a charm to prevent metal from getting within a fingernail's length from their skin. It would prevent any number of weapons and protect their lives. Now, why wouldn't they? The younger man thought for a moment. All that he had learned from this time studying the nobles of the city. They were like most people, just more wealthy and therefore less disciplined. Their forks, plates, canteens, quills, razors, daggers. They wouldn't be able to hold or do anything with any metal that has iron in it. Correct. Full marks. The praise was like rest after a long day's work, a balm for soreness. It was rare and valuable. It proved Henrik was worth keeping alive. They enjoy their creature comforts, so they specify these charms, making them more precise. A pointed metal on a stick flying at a certain speed, metal close to their neck. What they don't expect are these. From within his cloak, a bone dagger emerged. It was carved from some great beast, with the blade jagged. This is a bone dagger, made by a tribe off to the north. They live in too cold a climate to metalwork, so developed a different method of tool creation. This blade. A loud thunk sounded as it stabbed through the wooden table with what seemed like ease. The weathered and calloused hand on the hilt let go, leaving it sticking upright from the wood. It can carve through anything softer than stone with ease. No mage protects themselves from bones, as that would harm their own bones. Undead energies, yes, but not bones. However, if one takes these bones from a creature who was butchered without following the proper lines, the necromantic energies can be detected and therefore defended against. Henrik's eyes widened. Was that why he was told to learn from Bylek, to learn the lines and make weapons that would slay noble mages? No. Methodology must never remain static, lest adaptation lead to their demise. Before he could even speak... Oh, I lost my spot here. Before he could even speak, the Elder cut him off. You successfully saw through your own self-importance. I saw it on your face. Yes, this is but one method. One I give you freely. Mages learn alchemy, so poisons are worthless against them. No, to assassinate a mage, one must find their blind spots. If one enjoys food, they will not expect boiling hot stew to burn them to death. If one enjoys horseback riding, a cut saddle strap could lead to a happy accident. You must find their interests, learn them, and execute them with it. A pause as the harshness returned to his old eyes. Henrik, you have a new mission. I will return in 1 year. In that time, you will find and execute one mage of your choice from the Sanctum. Whom you choose, why you chose them, and how clean you get away with the crime will all be taken into account. Henrik said nothing, his mind whirling. That was a big mission. But his master kept talking. There are 3 others who will be doing the same. If you succeed, you will have passed your final test and end your apprenticeship under me. You will get the backing of our group and help our nation forever. I expect success. Henrik swallowed, even if it was difficult. The rope burdens stung more as time passed. As time passed, and his spit was thick. I will not fail you, sir. Without another word, the older man got up and left the room, leaving his lantern behind for the youth. No doubt he knew the sewers completely already. He wouldn't have set up a meeting in a place he didn't fully control. One noble. He had to learn and carry out the perfect assassination of one noble of his choice. A list of potential targets formed in his head. He would need to get closer to the Sanctum to analyze them. There weren't any innocents in there. He just had to find one. Okay. I need a minute to... compartmentalize.
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Because it was just... there was a lot. So yeah. I'll go ahead and let Cass start, and I can collect my thoughts better.
Okay, so I think that from the last time, it seems like you added some of the things that we had talked about, which is good. So the lines make more sense, and like why he's following the lines and why, like, what it's doing at the end. I think that tied nicely into the blade. That was a really good callback and gives reason to him carving this bird. The voice is really unique. It's a little bit jarring just because he speaks in fragments a lot. I don't know if that's because of Henrik's character and that's what you're going for, or if that's more your writing style. Is this something that you usually do, like the very short sentences starting off with, not the topic, but the noun? I'm trying to find... Yeah, head was getting caught. Pain, hard, metal, no scream, not enough air. Hands tried to claw at the rope. Okay, you went more for that, for speed. Because you do that up here too, with the follow the lines down the spine with the knife, follow the sternum. 1, 2, 3 breath salvas, snap off the wings, cut the fibers, follow the blades. His head as opposed to normal analysis of his surroundings. Okay. So the creature is behind was fine. Elbow connected. His elbow, an elbow connected to him. Like I kind of understand going for the confusion, but it makes it really confusing for the reader because it's hard to tell what's going on. Instead of like head struck. I I don't know if it's his elbow, somebody else's elbow. Pain, hard, metal. I don't know. Is his head in pain? Is his stomach in pain? Metal where? It just needs a little bit more context. Yeah, his elbow connected is better. Pain, hard. You could just say metal armor after his elbow connected if that's what's causing the pain. Yeah, so that's good. His elbow connected, pain, metal armor. That's perfect. Instead of no scream, maybe can't scream or couldn't scream. Couldn't scream would be better because of the... So just couldn't scream, not enough air. Yeah. The creature is behind him. His elbow connected. Pain. Armor. Couldn't scream. Not enough air. Hands tried to claw at the rope. Head was getting hot. Sharp pain. Headache. Maybe... I'm debating on just like ditching this right here. Hands tried to claw at the rope. Because then it says hands restrained here. Yeah, pain, armor, couldn't scream, not enough air, sharp pain, headache. Hands restrained, vision darkened, everything faded. Cool. So this still creates your like panic, everything is happening very quickly, but it's a little bit more clear for your reader on what is going on exactly. Like now we know he tried to elbow him. There was armor, so he got pain. He couldn't scream, not enough air. Yeah, you're welcome. I like the conversation between him and the elder more. It flowed better this time. And yeah, I made little edits that you saw, and I saw you were cleaning up as you were going. There's like a few missing commas, but that's just editing stuff. That's not like big, that's just final round. I like it. I really think it's cool. I think it's a cool take on the world. I like the idea of the energy and like keeping the energy as kind of the opposite of necromancy. So the spirit stays. And then following the lines creates these cool bone weapons that necromantic energy isn't around, since they're not technically like departed that way. There's still one with it. I think you did really good, Han. I like it. Right? You feeling good to talk? Okay, cool. Now Rai can talk.
All right, I got some notes down. Your writing style reminds me a lot of science fiction and thrillers. Jurassic Park reads very, very, very much like this, so I feel a lot of that in this. It feels concise, quick, tense, punchy. I get the sense that he's very calculating. I remember seeing a scene, it kind of reminds me of, I think it was Robert Downey Jr.'s version of Sherlock Holmes, the way he interpreted like his headspace and how he thought about fights and how he solved crimes. It reminds me a lot of that. Very few grammatical errors. So, like she already said, that's just simple, easy editing. But the errors that we did come across were very, very few. It's a little confusing at first what happens, especially when he's bagged, but she already went over that again. Once his consciousness returns and he talks about how, this is the proper way to react, because he knows how he can get overpowered. He knows that this is not the right time to fight back. So he obviously has experience fighting. in some way, though it's not clear to the reader just yet in what way. Going back a little bit, the fragments do sometimes make it a little difficult to understand who's doing what, like she mentioned with the elbow. I don't remember like offhand, but I do remember reading a few other passages within the chapter where it's a little difficult to understand like who's moving what and who's doing what. So an easy fix is he did this, that person did that. Super easy fixes. And my last bit of thing is, it seems like this group focuses extremely heavily on being hyper analytical and precise. They are not tolerant of mistakes. It reminds me of kind of like a brotherhood, essentially, where you can get cast out or forgotten if you mess anything up. I picture kind of like, I know it's not what was happening, but I kind of picture him standing behind a desk, and there's like a diagram of the human body behind him, and he's like pointing to little parts on like the best places to hit, how to take control of a situation, how to make a good assassination, and other such features. So ultimately, I really like it. It was a little tough for me to follow at first, but about the second, I would say the latter half, I started to get a sense for your writing style, and it clicked. So I think you did great. I don't have a ton of input other than that.
Don't kill Cypress, I'd be very sad.
You're most welcome, and I really hope that helps a little bit. Yeah, you've got a very strong foundation here. With just some minor cleanup, I think it's pretty much perfect. I don't have a ton of input.
You'll want to write this out, 73%. Okay.
As a general rule of thumb, you want to avoid using numbers. You want to spell them out.
That depends on... Yeah, that's for usually essays and like nonfiction work, and like if you're looking at ALA standard or what's the other one? MLA, APA. Yeah, Chicago style. Those kinds of styles where you're writing for papers or blogs or essays. Yeah, school will screw you and that kind of thing. In fiction, and in books, you almost 9 times out of 10, I would say 9.5 times out of 10, you write it out.
Context is obviously important because, in Catgirls, when we show numerical values, he's looking at a stat sheet. So, depending on the context of the situation, you can still use numbers. But yeah, like vast majority of cases, you write it out.
No worries, King. I hope your week gets easier and that your weekend will be relaxing. Have a wonderful day.
Take it easy, King.
Like when it's lit RPG or game lit and you're talking about stats and systems and things like that, you often see numbers. So for that kind of thing, that makes sense. But if it's just fiction, then yeah. Of course. Thanks for writing fan fiction of Sahira. That's so freaking exciting. Oh my god.
His target is actually Sahira.
Right? Welcome back, Carmine, with the turkeys. Surprise ghoul, man. Yeah, I'm kind of with Rye on the second half is super strong, and the first half is like there's a lot of information, there's a lot of stuff that happens, so it just takes a little bit of settling in, I think. Would be like a final edit, me just kind of really messing with it. you can take this and move it down and start the whole story with Henrik gritted his teeth as he carved into the poultry carcass. The things, nobles, whatever bios, raw meat. Like, this is a really good opening paragraph right here because it establishes a lot of things in just a very few sentences. And this is more expository. Yeah, so you could move those down. This is the part where I start editing for flow, and I will move things like this can move down when he's talking about it later, or where it fits better. But again, you don't have to do that like right now or immediately. You can do it when you're feeling more comfortable with it, but play around with it. See if you can start this story with this paragraph here, because this is really, really strong. Secret evil twin. Oh god. It's like Zane. No. No, secret brothers. No. It's in the second chapter, but the target cannot be ciphers as he's too high profile. Fair. I can promise links to Necker Boys at the target. Hooray! Book, we've still got another like 2.5 hours? 2.5 hours. 3.5 hours? We're going till 6. Okay, yeah, it's 3.5 hours. You are the math guy. Thank you, Jack. Why aren't you paying attention, Book? Come on. This is class time. Practices only healing magic, sucks at alchemy. Would he even be in this school?
He's just the exact polar opposite of Cypress in every way.
You have done nothing. Come on, guys. We're supposed to be working here. Of course you can eat pancakes in class. We had pancakes for breakfast. You're eating pancakes, Elix? Time to read Resonance because the words are blurring together on my screen. Okay, enjoy the rest of Resonance. I am trying. I got tired, fell asleep, now looking at a blank page. Fill that page. What, we're evil teachers? I don't know, a single teacher who would deny students pancakes. No, we said eat the pancakes. I am working on sewing. More sewing strips for Sky. Alright, cool. So the last person we have then is Draconic. Hooray. No, he'll be here at 4-ish. So we have a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye. It is indeed more strips. I was right. Alright, so since you're stuck with me for a minute, here's my 242 reminder that on March 13th, we will be dropping a Kickstarter for Everyone's a Cat Girl Volume 6. You should absolutely hit the notify me on launch button because you would be a very cool person for doing so. Thank you. Also, the hero only needs 3 more followers to get to 400 on Railroad, and I'm very excited. Everyone's loving her, which means a lot to me. And hand wrote a fan fiction, which is cool as hell. March 13th is gonna be nuts. I blame you, Sky. I know, right? She's a 397. and 16,000 views. She's so fucking high. Like 400 will be half of what we have on Cat Girls right now. Which is crazy. Are you hadn't followed? Yay, get the follow. Get the follow. Let me see. Did it go up? Go up. 398, thank you, Han. Yeah, 2 more. Just 2 more. That's amazing. That's so amazing. That's so many. Your turn? 4. Okay. Really can be entertaining now for a second.
My turn. Hi, this is me being entertaining.
Thanks, Felix.
Woo! Naughty ghoul. Now you guys get to see us actually write for a little bit.
Lucas followed too. She's at 399. Elix, you'll be 400. Be 400. Elix is also like the 200th order in our shop. He's getting all the cool numbers.
He hits the threshold numbers. The 100s, the 200s, the 300s.
Hello, Arun. Authors writing impossible. That's right. We just sleep these things into existence.
Yeah. Occasionally we type at the keyboard, but mostly we just sleep into existence. It's quite an effective skill we've learned.
Every author getting very upset because they're not writing. Have you considered writing? We get to sleep? Yeah, we have to sleep or else writing is not happening.
Do you guys remember what happened with the 24-hour stream? Halfway through, we couldn't even write a coherent sentence anymore. Which just meant terrible, terrible editing the day after. There was so much editing. Way more than normal.
I don't remember. I was asleep. Yeah, you were.
Oh, well, good for you. Meanwhile, Book, Chocobo, Candace, and Terma. Yeah. The MVPs who stuck through it with us. Yeah, we spent a lot of time talking actually, because it was getting to a point where we just couldn't get words down anymore. I know I still kept pushing, but Kat kept shaking her head and looking at me like, I can't do this. I can't keep going. I can't. So I think we ended up calling it at 20 hours or something, or 16 hours. It was something. I don't remember exactly. It's kind of a fever dream to me now at this point. I think 3 8-hour streams beats 1 24-hour stream. Yeah, because I can actually think coherently. Even, so, full disclosure, you know, we have very, 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 very much been enjoying giving you guys input and feedback. It's been fantastic. But I can also feel my brain already leaking out of my ear a little bit. Just because of how much reading and talking it is. It's a lot to do for, you know, extended periods of time. But yeah, 3 8-hour streams would be way, way, way more preferable to a single 24-hour stream. 24-hour streams will not be happening again. No. It's okay, Sky, we're used to that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I love you. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, Han. I treasure sleep very, very much. As I get older, I just learn to love it even more. Especially with jobs like ours that require our minds every single day. It's not as taxing as, well, not in the same way. I don't mean it like that, but you know, it's very different from, say, working the drive-through at a fast food place. Yeah, you're gonna be physically tired, but when you get home, you can probably still think just fine. You know, you're just physically exhausted from standing on your feet all day and handing bags to people. So you can still write, you can still enjoy games and movies and, you know, any sort of sit-down hobby. But with jobs like ours where, you know, our mind needs to be at peak efficiency to do our jobs properly, it's awful to go 8, 12, 16, 20, 24 hours straight. Yay, 400 followers!
400!
Yay!
400!
Clap, 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 clap. Yay! Sahira did it! Woo!
Thank you guys! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Sky, I still love you, even if he's being mean.
I believe that, and I think I remember reading a similar study where 4 days a week is actually preferable. 4 days a week for 8 hours as opposed to 9 to 5 for 5 days a week. Yeah, I believe it. Because it's just mentally taxing. And sometimes 2 days is just not enough. And depending on your schedule, you may not get those days in a row. You may work like, say, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, get Thursday off, then work Friday, Saturday, get Sunday off. You know, it may be something like that. It's stressful. Yeah, we're really excited about Sahira. We're thrilled about Sahira. I have said on numerous occasions to her already that I'm like, this needs to be your focus right now, because she's doing fantastic. I am so damn impressed every time I read one of her chapters, and it's been lovely reading about her characters and world and seeing what her and Chocobo come up with, and offering my 2 cents on magic or anything else that I think, you know, may need adjustments. Trying to make it its best self. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Sahira becomes in the future.
It is so hard to write. It's the hardest story I've ever written. I love it. I love it to freaking pieces. But God, every sentence matters, and I'm constantly moving stuff around and making the flow better, and just, whew. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. Like, this last chapter came out to 4,200 words, and it took me like 3 days to write. And then yesterday I sat down and wrote part of the commission that was Matt's voice and just banged out like 5K. It's just so much easier to write in his voice and in the world. Thank you, Han. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, here, let me run a really quick ad since we're on the hour. Keep the pre-rolls off. Here are some birds, and then right afterwards I will start a sprint. Sleepy birds. Okay, cool. Ad is over. The craziest thing about Sahira too is that we have a plushie already. He's a little baby, but he's my little baby. He's so cute. So cool. He's not even in the story yet. That's okay. Everyone loves him. Alright, cool. Yep. DFD. Put you back up on here. Isn't he cute? He is so cute. I'm gonna have 50 in my house. I'm gonna take so many pictures with 50 gold. Give child soon. TM. As soon as the Chinese New Year is over, they'll start making him. Yeah, clearly every series needs a proper mascot blob to make a plushie out of. Because cat girls are way too expensive to make plushies out of, and snail girls I don't think is happening. Besides like a snail plush, which is still really complicated. We just make buttons and slinky plushies for cat girls and snail girls. Lizards. Buttons isn't a blob though, like he's a whole lizard. So unless I just did his face, and then he would need little ears sticking out. Also, there's no real, like, set design for buttons. He's been drawn so many different ways. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I like that buttons is always up to interpretation. Dockies are very expensive and I rarely see them sell. Yeah, I had a friend who's a streamer and they made dockies after a lot of people were like, I want them, and they sold like 3. And the art alone is upwards of like $600 for both sides. Buttons is a blob now, sorry. Plus, with cat girls, it's really hard because there's so many, since everyone loves different characters in Matt's party, it's like, I would feel bad just getting one. Buttons is a blue bearded dragon. We've had, I think White Cat drew him like that. Let me see. I really like White Cat's tarot card with buttons. He looks so badass. Yeah, so here's White Cat's buttons. Sure. It is done. And then there was a recent one that had buttons looking really cool. I like how Comte drew buttons too. He's really cute. Yay. I like this buttons too.
I like the more detailed variations of buttons. A little spicy for the stream.
It's fine. Like this one?
Yeah. I actually prefer the more intricate versions of him. I like that this interpretation of him is a little exaggerated with his tail being so long and such. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, like how it wraps all the way down her arm and stuff. Yeah, this interpretation is really beautiful, like a little tiny dragon. This chibi is so freaking cute. We have so much.
I like the idea of Buttons just looking up to the Giga Shanks like, I'll be that one day.
I'm gonna grow up big and strong and be a Giga Shank. Which one looks like a cultivation image? This one, the chibi, or like the white cat, this one? The super detailed or just like over the top chibis. No middle in between. This one's cute too, with his big like buggy eyes.
Yeah, if I can see the scales and like little spines on him, I'm happy. It's the more rounded look that I'm just like, it's cute, but I prefer these. Where these got little spike-like features to them.
I'm just happy he's there in the picture. He's It's so funny because I remember when you wrote him in and I was like, Cannoli gets a what? She's just gonna have a pet and we're gonna like drag around this lizard, so now I have to remember that there's a bird and a lizard at all times, and you're like, yep.
Yeah, because I wanted it, and it just felt right with like the way Matt was looking at it and the way Cannoli was so attached to it already, and I just thought, yeah, this is cute. Let's have Matt buy her the lizard. So yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks, you were right. I love that Buttons and Bali like fight for peanuts and food and stuff.
Stupid lizard, let go! My best ideas have come from just me saying, I just wanted it. That's where my best ideas have absolutely come from.
I love in the gender bent version of Cannoli with Eclair, Buttons is fucking huge.
Okay, Hand. You take it easy. Enjoy your nap.
Enjoy your nap. Of course, thank you. I just wanted it right, 2022. I mean, it happens with both of us. There are times where I'm like, why is this here? Because I wanted it. And so I put it in there. Yeah, because I said so, right? Probably at some point to links. Also links to Rye. There are a lot of things that happened in Cat Girls that we were like, yeah, that just happened. Like Ryan naming Bali Ball Gag. You named the parrot Ball Gag? Yes. Okay.
My finest accomplishment. Sometimes there are just those scenes, and this is a big part of writing that I feel most authors don't talk about, is sometimes you just make stuff up as you go, and it just feels right at the time. And that's another reason why I'll always keep saying that, you know, I have found that the best works come from people who are just passionate about whatever they're doing. I feel like I can feel their enthusiasm, and I know Lynx feels the same way. I feel like I can feel their enthusiasm, I can feel their voice, I can get a sense for what they're trying to do, and it makes me want to smile and laugh and cry with them. So any writer who tells you like, oh yeah, you know, I never make up anything on the fly, bullshit. No, that's not possible. Tons of writers make stuff up on the fly, and a lot of stories feel more organic. They feel more natural that way if you do it.
I feel like if you're a discovery writer, you're making a lot up on the fly to try and fit it in there, and just connect it all in a way. Like, not so much as like the deep lore or the super systems, but just things like, what's Bali's name? Oh, it's Ball Gag now. Okay, that's fine. All right, Cannoli gets buttons. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I think that's the funny part of Cat Girls versus Snail Girls to hear a Dynamis and Necromancer, just very individual bits, the combinations of who's involved. Why is that, Sky? What do you mean? And yeah,
Are you
Lucas,
saying that you
was
can
all
tell
right.
you can tell which parts are me and her now that you can see our stories separately?
Oh yeah, but like the characters you've asked for in Snail Girls are definitely spur of the moment. Like, I want a muscle mommy. Okay, I'll make it happen. Cat Girls is fake. You're not just translating a real story you found like Tolkien did for the Lord of the Rings. Translating it from what, Catanese? What would be the language?
God, what was that meme where I saw it just recently? It was a little 4-panel meme, and I think it's Legolas, if that's his name. I can't remember.
The elf?
Yeah, the elf.
Yeah.
He's looking at a leaf like, this leaf could use a paragraph to explain it. Tolkien's like, I'm gonna use 4 pages to explain this leaf.
And boy does he. The original is just a cacophony of meows, some meows thrown in there. Yeah, Sky, you're very hands-off when it comes to story. You're just like, I want to see this, and we're like, I got you, fam. And that's not a bad thing.
That's a great thing. Yeah, that's fantastic, because that allows us to stretch our arms and legs out and just explore the world. We write our best when we're given a few key details, and then you let us go. We'll find the way.
Hello, Steelhelm. Thank you for the stretch break. We're waiting on our tea, and we'll start a timer. Mew, meow, mew, Matt. Matt messed up again.
You're forgetting Carl. Can we make him a twink? Jark. What if he was confident but himbo? Funny you say that. A few days ago, I was writing more Dynamis because I've just been having so much fun with it. And I went back and edited one of the chapters to better reflect where I currently am in the narrative. And so I was going back to Carl's interactions with Jark, and I'm just sitting here and I'm just thinking, that's so funny how Carl and Jark just came about as like, hey, can we just have a himbo and a twink? And I'm like, yeah, we can do that. So here they are. I spiced him up a little bit more. I say spice. What I mean is like, I dragged out their conversation a little bit more to build their camaraderie and friendship to feel more natural. It felt fun. I was enjoying it.
Jack is also wonderfully hands-off. Yeah, hands-off. The whole entire concept of Astrid was because at some point on stream we were somehow gotten to the topic of commissioning links for Cat Girl Tentacles. And then we were like, what else can we do with Astrid? Time her up.
We love you for that.
Oh my god, I love Encroacher Studies so much. It is so much fun to write. You guys just let me run. I appreciate it, because sometimes I get really nervous and I'm like, is this way too hentai-fueled? Have I like gone over the line? No, please keep pushing the line back. We love what we do. Like, writing has been what I wanted to do since I was in kindergarten full time. Like, that's always been my dream. So I feel very, very, very lucky. Yeah, please finish that other thing you were working. Go clean it up and finish it off. I'm very excited to do that too and reach out. I keep thinking if I should find or like do a different cover for the final. I'm on the fence. I don't know yet. No, more chickens and neckties. No, no, please, no. The general population is wrong about tentacles. You like them or you're lying? Much like cat girls. Thank you, baby. The one I'm working on for Pyro right now too is also very like, here's the things that I wanted to see, and then I just like sat down and crammed out 5K. I'm like, so there's a lot of words, and he's like, no, just keep writing. I feel like tentacles and tendrils are two interchangeable words. Pseudopods. Yeah. Pseudopods or false feet. Those kind of look like what Ghoul has, sort of, but they're blobbier. Those look different. I wouldn't call it a pseudopod. That's not very sexy. Gotta be sexy. Oh yeah, you're streaking. Be careful. It's cold outside. Tentacles are to animals, tendrils are to plants. What about a slime? Yeah. He's not a plant or an animal. Tentacles. Jack Frost be nipping at my something kinky. Jack, what you nipping at over there? Where did your stream go, right? It's gone. Do you? Oh, there it went. I got it back. Tentacles. Solid liquid? That's what a slime would be? That's not very hot either. Living being. Tentacle. Why can't I exchange it with tendrils? I don't like using the same word over and over. Tendrils are very close. Yeah. Totally interchangeable. Looking at one look. Buttress? No, I don't think so. One look. Tree trunk? I'm glad Jack agrees. At least in monster fucking term. Exactly. See, in the monster fucking dictionary, these are fine to exchange. You still have one lookup on your screen. There you go. Like, I don't mind if you want everyone to see your tendril searching. Yeah. How are you doing today, Steel? Are you working on anything? Just chilling? Welcome back, Reika. You should know us by now. Being gone for 10 minutes means you'll come back to something exciting. Okay. He's saying we should work, so I guess we should work. Alright, we're gonna turn up the music. And I'm gonna start a sprint. Yeah, off we go. Timer up. How'd it go? Very nice. I got 320. Pretty damn good. Hello, Monkey. Hello, Diamond, if you're still here. Drive home safe, please, Monkey. Hello, Draconic. Be free. 468 words. Good job, Lucas. Yeah, you are supposed to be seeing where I scream. That's my fault. There we go. I pulled up the birds for a second. 8:38. Damn. Your fingers are on fire. Have some fast fingies. Oh, that's okay, Diamond. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for hanging out. Please have a good rest of your night at work. Draconic, are you home now, or are you still, like, getting home? Okay, Rye, do you want to do one more sprint, or do you want to start now? Okay, he wants to do one more sprint, and then we will do your story. If that works okay for you.
Yeah, so we'll start at 4 then. We're gonna do one more sprint, and then we will go over your story.
All right, let's do it. Okay, spray up. How'd it go?
I 439 words.
Damn nice.
How about you?
So I said what? That I got like 300 or something the first time. Say 332. I got 309.
Very good. We did it. Yay! Alright, I'm going to step away super quick, and then we will start Draconic Story.
676 for real, the speedy fingers. Welcome back, Chocobo. Welcome back. You're making me an infographic. Yay! Finish the blurb for one of my gods of the D&D campaign I'm writing. 3 down, 9 to go. Hell yeah. 34 words, I playlist to listen to, and grapes. Nice book. That sounds like a good 20 minutes. 329. Good job, Lucas. Great job. 215 words for the blurb. Hell yeah. Everyone did amazing. I am proud of you. Fantastic work. Alright. Just to... Let's see. I need to find an $87,000 difference in a client's book. You'd think that would be hard to like misplace or go missing. I don't know. That's a lot. Where the hell? Oops, accidentally lost 87K. That's nuts. That's fucking nuts. You can do it, Elix. You're amazing. Alright, let me grab more water. Give you guys burps. Give me 3 minutes. I'll run the ads real quick. Yeah, but Monkey, you're like driving home, so you're fine. I'll be right back. Okay. Got my snacky snack, my water. Need to figure out a title for the story I'm looking at the notes for. I usually don't figure out a title until pretty far in. I think Rye's the same way.
It takes me quite a while before I come up with a title for a story. Sometimes I get as much as like 50,000 to 100,000 words. Sometimes I'll even change the title after the story's finished. The title is really, if you think about it, the least important part of the story. At least while you're writing it.
Sean said on YouTube, "This is so cool that you guys are doing this. Loved hearing people's chapters. It's been fun to come back throughout the workday." Aw, thank you. I am glad that you have been enjoying it. That's wonderful. We love to help. Ah, more beautiful formatting. 10 out of 10 Draconic. Draconic, we are ready when you are.
Chapters absolutely do not need names. I have read tons and tons and tons of books that just use numbers. It's really just a stylistic preference.
Sahara just uses numbers. And then all of the books I think I've read by Brandon Sanderson all use numbers. Plus, it gets kind of crazy thinking up of names when you get to like the 300s. I'm actually really glad that Cat Girls has like revolving every 5 chapters. We come up with a theme and have a list and haven't duplicated really anything yet. So the names don't even fit. It doesn't matter. We're just like, this week it is cheese. Is using both a bad thing? I don't know. I would get really thrown off if I all of a sudden saw chapter 1, bad first impressions, chapter 2, chapter 3, now this has a name too. Like it, I feel like for consistency's sake, it would be good.
Pick one or the other.
Vale, you could just name the title like after the main character if you really need a name like right now. Like we've been calling Sahara Sahara since I started writing it. I just added the Chronicles of Phelan later. Okay, right. Are you ready? And I'm ready to read. Nope. do you need a minute? Okay. Chapter 1, Bad First Impressions. Friday. Turn my music down even more. It is a Friday, so it's fitting. I found myself in an abyss of stifling darkness. The sheer magnitude of melancholy made my eyelids impossible to open. Whether I was subconsciously stopping myself or if it was because of an external factor, I wasn't sure. As I drifted in the dark abyss, its pressure felt as if it continuously forced my eyelids shut, no matter how many times I tried to open them. But still, I endeavored, as if despite that determination, I almost wished I hadn't opened them when I finally succeeded. The surrounding atmosphere was stifling. My breath halted, not because I wanted to, but because there wasn't any air. All my eyes could gaze upon was the sight of a planet. The world ahead looked to be slowly deconstructing. No, rebuilding itself? Picking the pieces floating around. Picking up the pieces floating around it and meticulously fitting them where they belong. A large chunk of land flew past me, too close for comfort, and found its place in the jigsaw puzzle of a planet ahead of me. As more pieces of land narrowly brushed past me, I turned around to see another planet breaking apart, its chunks floating by me to complete the first planet. It felt as if I were an outsider who didn't belong. What is this? Where is this? I wanted to choke the words out, but apparently air was rather important, so all I let out was a weak sputter and cough. I was glad I hadn't been unlucky enough to experience the sensation before now. I grasped out, hoping for something to give me an escape. Another chunk of land scraped my hand, spinning me from the recoil. When I studied, my gaze locked onto a few other people far out of my reach, struggling with the same hand I was dealt. A girl in a white coat, a man with horns, and a girl, no, 2 girls, identical in appearance. All of us reaching for that alien planet. What is it calling to us? Why did it radiate an aura of familiarity? When its inner thoughts like this, present tense. Otherwise, you can just not use italics. Almost as if to respond to the questions I couldn't ask, a voice rang out in my mind. You are a piece of what's to come. You can't avoid it. Misfortune will always find you no matter how far you run. A strong pulse emanated from my chest as a wave of unease radiated around me. A fearful expression snuck onto the faces of the others floating in space as cracks began to surface on the planet. Like a glass orb that shattered on being dropped, the planet blew up into pieces yet again. However, now the pieces flew further and further away with no hopes of reconnection. The unease continued to swallow me whole until it snuffed out my remaining consciousness. I bolted up in a cold sweat, gasping with sharp, deep breaths. When my breathing calmed, I looked around to realize, ugh, stupid nightmares. I muttered my frustrations in a soft and defeated voice. Shouldn't the hero be the one getting the doomsday flags? I launched out of bed and landed with a smooth 10 out of 10 landing. 10 out of 10. You'll want to write that out. No wood sticking out of the floor to trip me up. When I stretched my arms above my head, there was no immediate muscle pain from sleeping the wrong way to ruin my morning. I walked up to my cracked mirror to fix up my bed head, but to my surprise, I didn't need to. My black hair wasn't usually a problem besides needing a bit of flattening. It was one strand of white that always seemed to find a new spot to stand. Today, though, it was rather flat. Heading to the window was the scariest part of my day. Next to it, I kept a whiteboard that was divided into happy, sad, angry, confused, as well as magnets for morning, afternoon, evening. It was important for me to keep tabs on how I was feeling at every point of the day, considering how everything around me changed at breakneck pace. But today I reached out to draw my curtains. I could feel it. Today was going to be a great day. I drew the curtains to the side, and a rock crashed through the window. It collided with the bridge of my nose, the same spot as yesterday, and left a gaping hole in my window. It was at that moment that a storm began, blowing rain into my house through the broken window, drenching myself entirely. I raised my hand and slowly moved the magnet to sad. Yep, a great day. I thought there was something missing when I looked at my bloody nose in the mirror, and that rock helped jog my memory. Now that I was fully dressed, some casual wear underneath a dark cyan cotton poncho, on top of having to dig out a bandage to put on my nose, this felt more like the morning I'm used to. Looking at the mirror again, with my completed look as dispirited as it was, I could only help but wonder if there was a new crack on the mirror. I blamed it on the rock. I stepped outside, umbrella in hand, and gazed towards the sky that no longer cried but simply remained cloudy, blocking any chance of a glimpse of sunlight. Of course it had stopped raining when I was ready for it. Go figure. I turned to face my single-floor house, which grew in worse shape day by day. Honestly, I was surprised it was still standing despite all the storms it had weathered, alongside all of my freak accidents. I stared at the plaque reading my name. Friday was fading out of the dark wooden sign. I was going to have to repaint it again. I clapped my hands together and thanked my house for everything. After all, it could have been the last time I saw it. The world's a scary place. Typically, I liked to start my day with a morning walk. Ideally, it would be sunny, but that's a rarity that I had to take in when I could. More often than not, it would be cloudy or rainy, or sometimes even outright storming. Even still, I tried to stay consistent despite the world telling me to stay inside. The sight of me walking in the morning rain was a common occurrence, but it's not like the inside had anything better for me. This was the small town of Maplemore, a backwater collection of houses for the retired and individuals who liked to take it slow or wanted to stay on the down low. It existed on the far southeastern reaches of the Zycion Kingdom. Maplemore was voted as the #1 place to kick back and relax, despite not having any notable vacation destinations. The laid-back nature of the townsfolk and their daily routines showcased the slow life that many people in this world grew to cherish after the harsh fights against the demons and dragons. What's even crazier is that despite being the closest human settlement to the Isle of Dragons, its count of dragon attacks is astonishingly low. When I was contemplating places to move to, I was afraid to choose this town. Despite being the safest human settlement, I knew what my presence could cause. As I walked down the block, a group of people who had been shooting the shit with their bolstering voices suddenly quieted down to a hush whimper as one of them noticed me and alerted the others. I walked past them whilst they slowly backed away in the other direction when they thought I wasn't looking. I had grown a bit of a reputation around town over the 2 years I'd lived here. Despite being far from the main cities, it seemed rumors of my reputation even reached all the way out here, but that alone isn't what nailed my infamy. Normally, this far out from the capital, people tended to not care what your name was. Only your words and actions counted for anything. Unfortunately, those two things weren't enough to cover extreme bad luck. I was known as a walking disaster in town. The nice couple living down the street closed their door when I passed by. Those friends talking across the road moved to the other side when they saw me walking their way. Even animals had some innate instinct to avoid me at all costs. Sure, this sounded lonely and depressing, and don't get me wrong, it was. Anyway, my walk took me to the plaza. The buildings here were quite nice. The bricks looked brand new, the neighborhood was friendly, and the architecture was well designed, even to someone as inexperienced with the topic like me. In the center was a water fountain powered by the newest purity of magic crystals. Any tool, device, decoration, or otherwise powered by magic had a crystal inside it. These crystals, called the Krilla, are the source of all magic in the world. They exude energy that causes mysterious properties, which has been dubbed magic. By itself, it's wild and unconstrained, but there is a technique that allows for crystals to become purified, allowing them to be used for specific purposes. I wasn't too familiar with the details, but apparently there are different ways to execute the purification, or maybe a different technique, regardless of how it allowed for further increased purity of crystals, which gives them a higher focus and boost in magical capabilities. At first, I wasn't sure how I felt about the new purity. Its magical output was at a higher concentration than previous versions and seemed too overkill for our magical tools. But this fountain sure told a different story. The water shoots as high as some of the tallest houses around the block, but stays perfectly in line with the fountain's perimeter. Not to mention the water is so pure that it glistens in the sunlight. Quite the marvel, and easily the highlight of the town. I didn't know what I'd do without this wondrous sight to greet me every morning. Okay. There's a lot to unpack here. The world building confuses me. So we opened up with this dream, which is obviously dream, but you recognized planets and knew that chunks were like coming apart and reforming. And then he recognized somebody, I think in a lab coat, was one of the people. Oh no, just a white coat. Okay, not like a lab coat. And then we wake up and he has a whiteboard and there's a rock that seems to come through the window every day, constantly, like suddenly storming. And then we're in a kingdom with dragons and stuff. So what is the world in this? Welcome back, Carmine. The language and how he speaks and the things he says would suggest more modern day.
Yeah, especially the objects.
Like the whiteboard and the curtains and the glass. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I didn't want to overtake her for a minute, but I do have a little bit of a hard time figuring out what this world looks like, because on one hand it sounds very modern with how you describe dress, curtains, the glass, whiteboard, and so on. When you describe the town, I'm kind of picturing this kind of typical suburb town, like in America, where it's just like all these really pretty houses lined up to each other, like right next to each other with these white picket fences and such. So I'm picturing something very modern looking, but from the way you've described dragons and demons, it's clear that there was some sort of fantastical influence there as well. Well, it can still be fantasy and be in a modern setting, though. I guess I'm just trying to... I think, too, what Lynx is trying to do is get an idea for what kind of technology, what kind of timepiece or time period we're in. Modern take on fantasy, but I might not have gotten it across correctly. I think what's really just throwing me off is dragons and demons. Supposedly something had occurred. But So let me get some things out of the way first that I really really like. I really like your narrative. Like I like the character. I like that it's following this. I found myself chuckling quite a bit as I was reading along with her at how unlucky this person is. So I think that's really comical. I am having a little bit of trouble understanding where the focus is because it feels like you're trying to explain the world more than just letting the character live out their day. Like every time a thing comes up, you explain it. And it doesn't always have to be. You can at times just let the object be the object and just say, oh yeah, I walked by a fountain that was made from those wonderful crystals called Lacrilla, and that's as far as he takes it. You can explain that later. It doesn't have to be explained the moment it comes up. That's a very common mistake a lot of writers make, is anytime a new concept is brought up, they feel a need to explain it. And you don't always have to do that.
I also really love the narrative, and I love his voice, and it's very easy to follow along with and very easy to like understand. So I think that's great. I think that this is totally feasible as a fantasy. What's really jarring my brain is I also pictured like modern suburbia town of Maplemore, but is in the farthest reaches of the kingdom. So like despite not having any notable vacation destinations. So like we have kingdom and then vacation in like 2 sentences, and then when like he said with dragons and the Isle of Dragons and demons, and like there's a lot that feels kind of like it clashes to me. I also was confused by like all of a sudden a storm kicked up and like just enough to send a rock through his window and hit him in the face, and then all of a sudden it was gone by the time he went outside. So he mentions that the weather is hard to keep track of, but not that storms are just like suddenly coming and going without like warning at all.
One thing I'd like to mention too is that you can absolutely go for a modern setting, but keep in mind that this would have to take place a very, very, very long time after all of this has occurred. Reason being, humans are crafty creatures. We're going to build our homes and our towns and our cities to deal with whatever problem is a problem. So if there were dragons and demons razing these cities to the ground, humans are going to be smart enough to try and build their cities to be resistant to them in some way, whether that's building high walls, constructing the buildings from different materials that are unusual, that may be resistant to their attacks. They may go underground. You have a lot of options there, depending on, you know, how modern you wish to make this and what the level of technology and magic looks like. So, if you got a bunch of dragons breathing fire and you build your homes out of wood, well, that's kind of your fault. And the main character makes it a point to acknowledge that it was a concern picking this place because it was very close to the Isle of Dragons, and with the and so that was a big concern as to whether or not it would be attacked. But he mentions that the number of attacks is astonishingly low. I think that was his exact wording. But that's something to keep in mind, because humans are crafty creatures. We're going to try to build tools and homes to counteract whatever it is we're dealing with. We're not just going to keep building things up the same way.
I think that's a really good point, and also plays into the storms. Like if he has had that window and it keeps breaking, he would probably get rid of that window and just like board it up or put stone over it or something. Like you don't get hit with that many rocks and just keep getting hit with rocks, I think, before you do something about it and fix it.
Now, see, it would be comical if this is the first time it's happened, and he sits there and goes, oh yeah, of course. Yeah, it would work out that way. Then great, can go with it. But if this has happened several times, like Link said, then yeah, I think most people would sit there and be like, okay, time to board it up or figure something else out, because I don't want to get hit in the face by a rock every day.
Yeah, you could do that too. Like maybe he's boarded up a window. Maybe now one like found another place, I don't know, in his roof, or hits him as soon as he steps outside, or maybe like it's not a rock. Maybe something else happens and like his mailbox just flies off the handle. Like there's lots of ways for him to be unlucky for this to go correctly. Or maybe he did board it up and now the board broke this morning. Like if it's just trying to show that, you know, every day he is the most unluckiest person ever, then
Yeah, like what if he's the type who's like, okay, I did board it up, but then one of the nails pops out of the wood and hits him in the face. You could do something like that as well.
or a storm could hit and now like he's leaking through the roof and now like his bed is ruined. Would there be any kind of guards or anything in the city just in case the dragons decided to attack? Like, we know there's magic, but does it go into that later? I know this is like a small piece, but it sounds like he just kind of walks around and everybody else is just kind of chilling. It's totally okay. It's something that I would do too. Like, oh yeah, I should probably put those in there. Those would be a good ad just to show, like right now we are saying there's an Isle of Dragons nearby, but kind of like Rai said, there's no real thing showing that there's an Isle of Dragons and that dragons attacks are even a possibility. I'm imagining like retirement city in Florida, like just kind of waiting.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was picturing. Yeah, all the nice little homes with the white picket fences and such.
Sun City near the dragon, the Isle of Dragon. But yeah, this is great. Like the narrative is a lot of fun. There's a lot of cool things happening with it. I like it a lot. I like the concepts you have going. I like the magic concepts that you've got. I think this is a good start.
I think this is a fantastic start. I think you're just trying to spend too few words to explain too much, first of all. You're throwing too many terms at me, so it's kind of hard to keep up with all of it, even if you do explain it. And exposition can get kind of exhausting to read after a few times. So I would be a little slower with it. Take your time with it a little bit more. Like we said before, you know, if he's got bad luck, he's going to try to take steps to circumvent that luck, so let it display itself in other ways. Like she said with the mailbox, it'd be funny if, you know, the mailbox got blown over and it scattered all his letters all over the front lawn or something like that. If this place is meant to be dangerous, or if it's close to an Isle of Dragons, yeah, there should be guards. And like I said too, the buildings, they should be constructed to resist whatever kind of threat they would have to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. You should add in some kind of dragon deterrent that the humans would have built, like something just in case. If they're that close, there would definitely be some sort of just in case this happens, we're going to have this here.
Yeah, you're not going to build something like in the middle of a really dangerous part of town or the woods or something like that and then be surprised when something actually does happen and you took no precautions. That's basically all we're saying.
Yeah, even if they're astonishingly low, that means they've still happened at some point. So the number is more than 0. Not Florida. You don't want our retirement towns. They're about the same as Arizona's retirement towns. You're just more humid.
I'm sorry, all I can do is picture Florida with a tint of orange with all the CSI in Miami my mom used to watch. I just picture everything constantly in sunset.
Take off your sunglasses, put them back on when you say something clever. What are the loofahs? Oh, that's a good idea. With it being magical, maybe there's combat golems on standby that they haven't been activated in years. Like they could have built those up and had them there and maybe it's been so long that no one really knows how to power them. And so it's like they can get one golem running and that's it. And he just gets totally wrecked. Okay, Monkey, drive safe.
Was there anything else you wanted feedback on here, Draconic? Anything in particular that you'd like us to answer?
Yeah, your characterization is really great with your main character. Like, his narrative is fantastic. Hey, Mako! Welcome in. The villages, they use loofahs like we used to use the jelly bracelets. Each color means different social acts. The pineapples mean you're down for everything. So these old people have loofahs and shit hanging off their cars, houses, and golf carts. They don't have loofahs, but I do remember reading a study that Sun City, which is in Arizona and is a retirement home, has like the highest number of STDs per citizen in the United States. Shorten up my explanations, let them happen naturally, add in human ingenuity for problems. Is there anything else? We added, like, Ryan and I edited as we went with little things. There were some missing commas, some missing hyphens, a couple of tense swapping, so I fixed it to be past tense. This is all in past tense. It said 10 out of 10 up here. You'll want to write that out. Anytime there's numbers, don't let school lie to you. If it's in a fiction, write out your numbers.
Yeah, in essays, yes, you use numbers, but in fiction, you write out the number.
And then with thoughts, I had it. Yeah, there it is. So if it's a thought like this, if it's in italics, it should be in present tense, just like this one is up here. What is this? Where is this? So if you're going to italicize this, is it calling to us? Why does it radiate an aura of familiarity? If you don't want to put this in present tense, you can just take the italics off and it's fine because it's all in I, me, my, first person. So it's fine if this is just not italicized. So present tense thoughts and then past tense narrative. And then, yeah, you can look over our other little blips in here. No, Jack, we haven't. And I was going to put that in your art channel because we've never gotten them and I would love them. Did you guys enjoy reading it? Was it gripping enough? Yeah, I really enjoyed reading it. Like Rye said, I heard him chuckling in the background while I was reading it. I think that it's really interesting. I think that it's an interesting premise. I want to see more about this world and like how it all fits together. The nightmare is interesting, and I know that's usually used for foreshadowing, so it'd be interesting to see like where that goes and what this all means. So that's my take. What about you, Ray?
So I actually very much liked this. Like, it may seem like we're giving a lot of criticism, but we're really not. I enjoyed pretty much every sentence you wrote here. I found myself just chuckling and shaking my head because I've had days like that where it feels like everything goes wrong. I love watching a lot of slapstick anime like Nichibro's Lucky Star. I love that kind of stuff, and it just bleeds that same kind of energy to me. So I'm cackling to myself, and I'm picturing like what this would look like if it was animated. So I had a very good time with it. Yeah, you did great. I think you did fantastic. You've got a good premise here, like, and you've got a very, very strong control on grammar. It was mostly just like little things here and there. Like it looks like a lot, but it's just like a comma here, a y there. Replace the present with past. It's just little marks. It's nothing big.
Don't cry. You did great. It's awesome. You have a wonderful voice. Mako, I'm sorry, we cut him off a little while ago because we had a bunch of people submit it through the stream. So we cut everything off. Sorry, Mako.
This is something we would absolutely be willing to do again in the future, though. So if there's something in the future that you would like input on, and we've got time for it on stream, we'd be happy to do this again.
Yes, what I said. Good job, Draconic. I look forward. I will watch your career with interest. Welcome back, Vincent. It's okay. Meatballs and mashed potatoes and homemade gravy sound delicious. Yeah, part 2 Electric Boogaloo. I'm thinking we might do another one of these like after we launch the Kickstarter, because we usually do some long streams for the Kickstarter too. So that would be fun. All right, ready to get back to work? That would be awesome. Yeah, try and get to it by then, Mako, if you can. And the Kickstarter starts on March 13th. And if you're planning to help in any way or pledge on any pledge, even if it's $1, please go there and hit the notify me on launch button, because it helps a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so excited, Sierra. I hit 400 followers. Ah! And like our last Kickstarter, we will be doing early bird deals. So if you lock in early, you get to save money. Oh, that would be so cool, Jack! Yay! Hypothetically, I mean, of course. Hypothetically. March 13th. But 15th, yeah, we'll be running it during the 15th. That's your anniversary with your Final Fantasy 14 wife. That's so cute. And we were launching on Friday the 13th. Still waiting to hear about your freshman at Tarty. Look, I'll tell you all about it as soon as the steamer gets here. Was it you, Candace? Were you Minotaur milking farms?
No, this is such great timing too, because I'm sitting here like, oh, you know what? We need to take down the Ninja coffee machine now, so I can just replace it with the milker. Milker? Milk?
Steamer?
The steamer. Oh. My brain is being stretched to the limits. You must understand. The steamer.
When did we get a milker, right? That's interesting.
Christ.
What?
Oh my god. Yes, the milker. The steamer for RTs. So we can make nice hot milk for RT. Yep.
Thank you, Candace. Thank you. We wanted a milk steamer so that we could make rooibos lattes. We're very excited. We had them up in Flagstaff and they were to die for, so I cannot wait to make them at home. Aw, Vincent, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That is so sweet of you to say. Thank you so much. We are very, very, very adamant about everybody helping one another with this. I think if you've got knowledge, share it, you know? We're all in the same boat together. I think we should be helping each other.
We can't make espresso that has caffeine.
Oh, Sneaky might not have been in here when we mentioned it, but yeah, we can't have caffeine at all. Like, at all.
After my diagnosis last month, I can't have any alcohol, any caffeine, any chocolate, no more insomnia medication. So it's been a really tough couple of months. Yeah, I can, but then I'm a mess, so I would rather not be. We can still have herbal teas, so we drink lots of herbal teas.
It's been really, really tough as far as the caffeine aspect is concerned, because we were used to, you know, having 1 or 2 cups a day, sometimes 3. And man, I'm really starting to understand that this stuff is just such a huge addiction. So I'm glad we're getting off of it, but holy crap, the withdrawal is something fierce. We are open to all kinds of teas. If it is free of caffeine, we are interested.
Oolong has caffeine.
God damn it. Okay, so no oolong.
We drink Rebo, and then we have a dragon fruit dream from Adagio that's really good, and a pina colada one that we really like that's really yummy. Oh my god, those mugs! Oh my god, those are so funny! Would drink from that mug 100%. How long has it been? How many days, weeks, years? So we didn't realize that decaf doesn't mean no caffeine, it just means less caffeine. So we were drinking decaf lattes before And then I learned that no, that's not good enough. Language is evil.
Yep.
Welcome back, Draconic. So we haven't had any kind of caffeine at all for I think 2 weeks now. We also had a last hurrah with chocolate when we were in Flagstaff because they had a thing where you could do s'mores and you sat on their back porch and they had like a little fire that you could roast s'mores over and it was so much fun. So that was our final goodbye to chocolate. 3 months! I'm proud of you, Carmine. That's hard to quit. That was our first big one when we actually first started dating, was we stopped soda. And oh my god.
Soda is so fucking bad for you. The withdrawal was so awful. I'd never been so snippy in my life.
We were so angry at just everything. Like, the drop of a hat, just mad. But I will never go back. Like, I'll never drink soda again. You're currently buzzed? Buzzed? No, no buzzed. Only teed. Aw, Elix, come on, you can do it. You can do it.
You can tough it out with us. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. If you can get just past the 2 weeks. The 2 weeks are the roughest part. After that, though, it's easy. I did not feel any pull after that. And you can taste so much more in your meals since you're not being overloaded with sugar all the time. I could taste so many spices in my meals that I could not taste before. I'm like, oh my god. Everything tastes so wonderful now. So, yes, highly recommended.
You can also taste more in wine.
Yes, but we're not talking.
We're not talking about that.
We can't have that. So.
Do we have a flavorful substitute for soda? Just tea. We just drink tea and water. I'm glad that it hasn't been hard for you, Carmine. That's great. It was hard as hell for us. We got headaches and we're very short and just angry. I know some people like LaCroix, but I don't. It's like, it's the idea of what's in it. Like, they had an idea of what grape tasted like, and that's what they added to the drink. A hint of a hint of a hint of a flavor. This is water that passed by a truck carrying lemons on the other side of the highway. Actually, lemon in water is really good. Like, just squeezing lemon in water is really tasty. And it's good for you. That's good for your tummy.
Oh man, Hand, you're pretty much off of it at that point. Go another half week and you're pretty much cured.
This tastes like thinking about the color grape. Topo Chico for lime water is good. Costco. I haven't tried that before.
My stomach lurched and twisted in pain in real time as I watched my dad put 2 liters of, what is it, Shasta? It's like the Kroger Coke equivalent into the basket, and then a 12-pack of something similar into the basket.
Oh, like Big K?
Yeah, Big K, I think it was, yeah. And I'm just picturing, I'm trying to like go back to like how that feels on my teeth and in my gut. And I'm like, nope, never again. I'm cured.
One of the big bonuses about the no coffee, no wine thing is both of us have noticed our teeth getting a lot whiter just over time on their own, which is really cool. So it's tough, but I know it's worth it, and I know it's the right thing to do. And God, I was so relieved on my endoscopy this last week that there was no food in there. Because like when they tried to do it in the hospital, they couldn't. They had to pull out because they're like, yeah, none of your food was digested from yesterday. So I was super nervous that it was going to be the same thing. So everything I'm doing is helping. Thank goodness. And Rye has been a king and homemaking all of our bread too. So like all of our bread is fresh and baked at home. Yeah, sneaky.
Yeah. Go ahead, hon. I know which one you're talking about. That's what you're thinking of.
Well, I worked at a call center. I used to work after college from 6 p.m. to midnight. And every freaking night, I would go buy a 1 liter of Pepsi and 2 of those Hostess cupcakes. Like, every night. And I would strangle myself if I could.
We had several nights where we were absolutely that gamer gremlin. We would get a 12-pack of Mountain Dew, and that thing would be gone by the end of the night, just between the two of us.
Yep. There was one night where we were playing Row on the main servers, Ragnarok still, and I wanted to hit 99, and we started at 10 p.m., so I went to the local gas station and bought 3 liters of Mountain Dew, and I finished them off by 7 a.m. But damn it, I hit 99! Art Doris. Love Doris. Fun fact, skulls with no teeth are a fairly new thing. Before people had access to sugar, skulls usually had teeth and found. Yep, I actually knew that. It's terrifying.
Yep, it says a lot about our current food.
Thanks does an amazing job at marketing Rye. I might have to marry him soon. You can't, he's mine.
I didn't realize I was so marketable.
It's very easy to market you.
Oh, is that so?
Our husbando. I already have to share him with Sky, man.
That's great, Sneaky. Oh my god. That just, oh man. I get so many memories of my teens just reading your messages.
I did not rob the cradle. He's only 11 months younger than me. He just looks 18. That's not my fault.
I am finally at an age where I can enjoy it.
How do you mod your aftermarket Rye? You have to break his software first. Reminds me of people saying, sell me this pen, like you can make anything if you talk long enough or market anything. You just have to know what to say and how to say it.
Charisma is a huge part. Yeah, charisma is a huge part of marketing and selling. You really can sell anything if you're charismatic enough and you know what to say.
Carmine, you do not look 37. No, you do not look the same age that I do. No frickin' way. Break his software, oh my. Buy this one, get 2 more free. Use the 3rd one as a doorstop. I don't care.
All right. So we got roughly an hour left. How about we get some writing done?
Okay. I think the birds want their door closed. Hang on one second. Have fun, Elix. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hello, Nevermore. How are you? You finished? 311 words. Good job. It's print up, by the way, honey.
Oh yeah, I'm typing.
Okay.
I'm done.
Oh, that's a cool timeline. Look at that. Whee! God, those last 100 were so fast. This is cool to see. 311 words. Good job, Pug! Yay! Fountain of Youth, or use the vampire shop teeth. Ah, his teeth aren't that sharp. I love it. Thank you, Chocobo. That graph is so freaking cool. And I love the little square one. I'm gonna share that everywhere. It's beautiful. Oh, good job finishing your first draft. That's so exciting. When are you gonna start? Oh, you're editing today. Yay! Yay, yay, yay! 776. This is from after last sprint at the start of this one. Still, great job. 705. All these fast fingies. What about a vampire with blunt teeth? Maybe. Almost done with the chapter. You guys are working so hard. Biting is happening where there's biting. He's gotta eat, right? Chocobo. Oh, that's interesting, Han. I didn't know that. Yeah, Courtney's heart is a skull. Yeah, Dawn drew that and she drew it so good. I love it. I have not watched any of the Tinkerbell movies yet. No. I have not had a chance. You want me to start another sprint, right? Okay, start another sprint. Starting another sprint. Let's go.
So I don't forget to do it later.
Thank you so
So
much,
I don't
Becca.
forget to do it later.
I don't know why she's talking twice. Yeah, I noticed that too. Yay, Han! Thank you so much! Thank you, thank you, thank you! We've known each other a year! That's amazing! Oh my god.
Oh my god. Time. What is time?
I started a hype train. Thank you guys. Welcome back, Monkey. Great job, Pug. Oh my god, all these big numbers. 514, 613, 854. I got 450. Yay. Oh, it's a lot usually for my superhero sprints. I'm usually lucky to get like 200 words in 20 minutes on this story if I can. I don't want to set bad examples. Everyone's doing amazing. I'm proud of you. All right, we got 25 minutes left to hit 8 hours. So I'm going to quickly grab some more water, run a quick ad, and then we'll do one more sprint to finish this off strong. We have 25 minutes left. We have been streaming for 7 hours and 35 minutes, and we are going to hit that 8 hours.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Be right back. Okay. Back. Congrats on the first 10 chapters, Lucas. That's so exciting. Great job. Cup cereals, yay! All right, let's finish this strong, Ray. One last sprint.
We got this. We're in the last stretch.
DoubleBlind, you're absolute legends. 8 hours of word crafting. Inspirational.
There, she's fixed. Sorry, I was sitting weird. My bad. How dare you, Candace? Never again. We did it, right? We made it! Woohoo! We did it!
At last! Woo! We did it! Yeah! Ha 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 ha! Oh, this was tough. This was tough, but I have to admit, very satisfying.
Thank you guys for hanging out with us like all day. Thank you for submitting your stories for us to review. And I hope you enjoyed our feedback on them and that it was helpful at all. We appreciate you to pieces. I'm glad we could do this for you. Thank you for helping me hit 400 followers on Sahira. Thank you to Minotaur Films for our milking machine. Minotaur Farms for our milking machine.
Thanks for providing the milking machine, Minotaur Farms. Very, very much appreciate you.
Thank you, Candace, very much.
Thank you so much. Had a great time. I know I speak for both of us when I say I had a very, very entertaining time going through all of your stories, giving you feedback, and seeing the numerous writing styles. It's so fun to see that no two writing styles were even remotely alike. That to me is very fun. I get to see how everybody's minds work, what they focus in on, what they find important, and it was just a lovely time. So thank you.
All of you have beautiful, unique voices, and your story is awesome. And please keep writing. You're amazing. We want to read your stories. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. We are going to go eat some dinner and die. But we will see you on Discord. You're welcome. Thanks for joining us all day, Rieka. We really appreciate it. Love you guys. Have a good night.
Have a good one.